This is a Clouds Weather Alert. Tracking Fred.
Good Monday afternoon, everybody. Meteorologist Casey Cloud here in the Weather Center with the latest on Tropical Storm Fred. Just getting that latest update from the National Hurricane Center a few minutes ago with the max sustained wind now up to 65 miles an hour. If you kind of maybe weren't following along with the latest updates, I was putting out some of that information on Twitter. The storm has strengthened, and I was even talking about earlier this morning that it might make a run at hurricane strength. It seems like it's trying to do that here as it gets closer toward the coast. We have to be kind of cognizant of this threat. We're seeing maybe an I-type feature try to develop within the radar. It may not quite get to hurricane strength. There's no hurricane watches or hurricane warnings, but one of the stronger tropical storms you can get. That looks to be the story here as we're getting down toward Gulf, toward Franklin County, getting some of those stronger winds that we're starting to get now on the edge here of what you could call maybe an eye wall, something like that, trying to develop an eye wall type feature, at least the core of this system. So you can kind of see that around Port St. Joe and over toward Apalachicola a little bit here. Though the gusts, they have been kind of consistent in that 40-50 range, getting some reports over the last hour or so. WeatherStem, some of the different sensors in that area. So nothing really extreme yet, but I'm expecting some of these gusts to kind of pick on up as the system gets even closer here over the next little bit, as we're expecting landfall maybe later this afternoon as we're looking towards some of these other areas here, or maybe if it kind of parallels the coast a little bit here, it might into that timeline into toward those early evening hours. But again, we're here keeping you up to date. We're going to do updates every half hour on this situation, and if we get a tornado warning, what the Weather Service is talking about here with one of the bands in the area around southeastern Leon County, then we would do more consistent coverage at landfall right around that exact point where we do a little more a longer form coverage as well. But we'll be on it quite a bit here with this stream, so stick with me here. Facebook, Twitter, YouTube, we have you covered to keep you, your friends, your family safe. But let's talk about the rotation they were just mentioning here in the chat room right before I came on. It looks like we're getting some rotation here, a couple different areas possibly, as we can kind of see here, maybe something south of Wassissa, something near Woodville trying to develop here as well. So just kind of watching things. I'm going to move my desk over just a little bit so I can grab that mouse a little easier. But again, we are watching this situation very carefully to see if a tornado warning would be required here with some of this banding from Fred. We haven't had any tornado warnings yet. That's why I haven't been on here today. Excuse me, we haven't really seen anything like that come to fruition yet, as the center of Fred is approaching Cape Sandblast, and it'll be moving on shore according to the Weather Service here during the next couple of hours. So we're definitely getting closer to that landfall here. Some of the worst conditions that Fred has to offer are starting to occur now toward Franklin and Gulf counties, and we also have to watch for that storm surge here as well. Let me go ahead and switch this on over to another mode that we have here where we can kind of see some of these wind arrows, because this is important here as well. You'll kind of see what's going on as you kind of see some of this water trying to funnel on in towards some of these areas. I'll kind of point this out for you. You can kind of see that wind direction helping maybe with some storm surge values increasing here as we're seeing this storm get closer toward landfall. So again, I just have to be cognizant of this fact. Going to be a very busy afternoon, evening, maybe even into the overnight hours a little bit here in the Weather Center. As again, Fred getting closer. We had a report of maybe 4 inches or so down toward Franklin County, 4.27 inches there in a 6-hour time frame, and really not even seeing the worst of Fred here yet. So we're going to see some of those forecasted amounts in a moment, but here's some of the amounts that have already added up, mainly just a Franklin Liberty events and maybe Wakulla event for our area so far, but that's going to change, and even those conditions are going to get a little bit worse here toward the coast. So we need you to be cognizant of that fact here this afternoon. Again, we've got you covered. You can see some of these 12-hour rainfall amounts in the Gulf, upwards of 9 inches, and that's generally that higher end forecast for some of our areas toward those coastal regions. So gotta be cognizant of that. Again, we're having the special coverage this afternoon. As I zoom on out, you see a tornado watch in play. Let me kind of run that down, since we did talk about maybe a potential tornado warning being issued here soon. Tornado watch to 8 o'clock. 40 areas in yellow here that could get extended even later on to the overnight hours. We'll just have to wait and see there in terms of those tornado parameters. We see some of these trying to come into play, so we just got to be cognizant of that potential. And then we also have a tropical storm warning here and a flash flood watch also on the board as well. So let me go ahead and go over here. You see some more winds, gust about 40 or so at some of the reporting sites near the coast, gust about 20 in Tallahassee. Again, these should go up. We've had some higher gusts there toward the coast. They just don't necessarily show up here. Some of those sites maybe that we're getting reports from are a little elevated as well. But tropical storm warning here in the maroonish type color that kind of overlaps with that flash flood watch. But watching this threat very carefully here. Again, you can kind of see what's going on in the grand scheme of things this afternoon with a tropical storm warning on the board. But you also can see as we look off toward the east, we're seeing some gusty winds actually, but no tropical alerts to the east. Some significant weather advisories around Jacksonville. Getting some gusty winds here at times, maybe upwards of 40, which we were kind of talking about maybe winds smaller than that. I guess I should say weaker than that, less than that here as we were looking over toward the east. But we're talking about those lesser speeds in general, but you can't completely run an occasional gust here a little bit stronger, a little bit higher. So just gotta be on guard here for that. As we do look on over toward the west now, you can see over toward the Tallahassee area again, some of that banding, some of the worst of the banding here, starting to get in toward Leon with that tornado potential. We're also getting some rotation near Pineland there in toward parts of Taylor County. We have to watch for that spin as we have some of that daytime heating trying to kind of add instability here, and that can be kind of problematic here at times. So I just want to be on guard with that. Again, I've seen some more winds here now, gust to 29 at the Tallahassee airport here recently. So watching for that carefully. I'll zoom back out just a little again, watching that flash flood watch as well. Again, we've already seen quite a bit of rain in a couple coastal counties, but no flash flood warnings have been required yet. We haven't had any type of alerts in terms of severe thunderstorm, tornado, or flash flood warnings here today. That could change with the tornado threat here pretty soon, though. As we've talked about some areas of rotation, I've been ready to go on here late morning, early afternoon, watching things, and haven't had to go on because of that threat. But that, again, could change here at some point in terms of we'll be on now at this point with this continuous stream, but maybe having to break in here a little bit more here for that tornado threat, maybe staying on for a while with some tornado warnings in play. So again, just watching things really carefully. I'm going to look at some of our weather stem cameras. I have some of these in our system. Let's take a look where we've seen some of the higher wind gusts. The St. George Island Bridge. I have a camera there that I can go to from weather stem. You can see the nasty conditions there as we get some of the worst that Fred has to offer in that vicinity. You can kind of see here as we're watching things very carefully there, looking at that camera again, watching things. You can kind of see here the conditions pretty nasty from Fred. And then as we look here over toward McCulloch County, I have the St. Mark's Lighthouse camera here as well. That'll be another option where we can kind of see what's going on. So let's go ahead and shift our attention over there right now. You can see the nasty conditions here too. Definitely pretty nasty as we get some of the worst that Fred has to offer here over the next few hours, maybe into the early evening hours, give or take here. So again, watching things carefully within some of those sources. And we even have, I know, First Aid for the new president at FSU, some moving going on there, trying at least to go on. I know FAMU actually shutting down campus there, Roy, to that. FSU not really recommending people move in today, but it is an option at the last check there. But here's the view. It's pretty nasty. You don't really want to be moving in to those residence halls in a scenario like this with the nasty weather, with the potential for spin-up tornadoes, a tornado watch in play. Just a nasty day all around here from Fred. So just kind of keeping our eyes out to that here. Let's go back on over now toward our radar picture again. You see some of the nasty band and the worst band so far that Tallahassee's seen kind of moving in, and we've got to again watch for a quick spin up because I talked about it last night here. Quick spin up tornado could end up being, because this is not a hurricane or a stronger hurricane, that could end up becoming the most damaging part of this system. Now, that storm surge could be pretty nasty in spots too, depending on how things kind of set up overall. But again, that tornado threat, something to watch. I have another viewpoint of our radar up here. We've been going between all our different radars to try to get you the very latest, get you the best vantage points. You can definitely see that wind shear over on radar scope, but I see a gust now to 50 miles an hour. That's severe criteria. There, East Point, weather stem now. Those are maybe a little bit elevated, those stations, and then they're right at the coast, so we're not getting that friction to reduce those wind speeds, but definitely getting some of our stronger winds now here. And you can see some of that stronger wind aloft as we go over toward that radar scope viewpoint now. again, watching things pretty carefully here this afternoon, trying to give you that look, just kind of monitoring the overall scenario here for sure, trying to see what's coming on in. And as I kind of move my mouse in, just to talk about the friction, you can kind of see some wind shear here south of Perry, wind shear around the Tallahassee area as well. And here you can even see some maybe out toward the west, but then our system, you can kind of see what's the core of this approaching Apalachicola here. Maybe an eye trying to form, may not end up becoming a hurricane. We're not seeing any hurricane warnings in play, so that's good. Just a tropical storm warning. We already said to the inland part of that, and even some of that coastal part. But again, you see this, it's going to be making landfall maybe in the next couple of hours, according to the Weather Service in Tallahassee, moving on shore there. So Cape San Blas maybe a general vicinity, so maybe a little bit further east than even what we were kind of expecting. You can kind of see how the area there sticks on out. It might end up going more into toward that Port St. Joe area. So that's just kind of using radar analysis here on the fly. So again, something to watch. That might mean a little bit earlier landfall and a little bit earlier reduction in the storm's intensity, but maybe more impacts for parts of our viewing area here toward the Big Bend if it does make landfall a little bit further off toward the east. So another gust of 54 there, a little earlier, the St. George Island area there's 18 miles south. They're really getting over the waters. But I'll go ahead and put this loop on here now for you guys to see exactly what's happening. As you can kind of see that spin here, again, definitely seeing that movement. Since this does have that easterly component a little, definitely seems like that landfall is going to be a little bit further off toward the east than what we were anticipating earlier on. Maybe more again toward that Big Bend, just barely here in the Florida Panhandle. So again, just have to be kind of cognizant of what is happening here. The storm system, as we're looking off the Tallahassee radar, definitely been a tricky one to forecast. It was just remnants here yesterday morning, and then all of a sudden we saw this kind of come into play with tropical storm watches, and then it become Fred once again about 11 a.m. on the full advisory, 8 o'clock or so with the update. You can kind of see some of this worst of the action there, going to cause some issues there toward the coast. So we've got you covered. We haven't had any tornado warnings yet, but definitely going to probably lose some more power now toward Franklin County over the next little bit as we watch this looping motion here of the Doppler radar, some of the worst that Fred has to offer. Luckily, this isn't necessarily a really concentrated action that we're talking about with this core, but still gotta watch for some enhanced wind speeds there for sure. So again, watching out in terms of that. I'll come back on camera. Gust of 47 there. We just got this in toward the Appalachian Bay. So definitely seeing some of these higher wind speeds now come to fruition here. So watching the situation carefully. Gonna check some details here behind the scenes right now to make sure we're not missing anything. I'm going to go ahead and pull up our power outage details now. These numbers are going up for Franklin County some. So I definitely want to kind of turn your attention here. I know school's out in Leon County today, Franklin County, Wakulla, Liberty, Gadsden, in the Florida Big Bend area. So definitely the right call here. It wouldn't be really very safe for buses going home here this afternoon. As you can see, Franklin County, 2,679 customers in the dark out of about 10,595 that are tracked there. So about 25% of the county now in the dark as we continuously get these wind speed reports in. Gust to 47, 46 miles an hour. And that's enough if you get it consistent enough to knock out some power. As we're seeing Wakulla County only 46 customers in the dark right now. Jefferson County only 40, Leon only 63, and none in Gadsden, but it seems like we're not getting the right tracking there. Liberty, not really getting the right tracking either, but you kind of get the idea here, just the overall viewpoint of these power outages here. Something to watch in this area. So go ahead and move this off the screen though. I'll go ahead and come back on the screen so you can see what's happening with Fred now. I do want to run over toward our graphics. Now this is the look here. I updated this with the advisory from 1 o'clock. So let's go ahead and see, guys, what's going on here. This is going to be the track from earlier. The track doesn't change, but I just kept this on here to be a little bit easier to kind of update because we're not going to see any changes to this except for the actual position with Sonia on radar. But excuse me, this is what we're seeing here. Tropical storm warning in play from Navarre to the Steinhatchee River. That did get extended a little bit further off toward the east here. You saw Taylor County in this, and then you can kind of see that blue here as well on the board. So 65-mile-an-hour max sustained winds, though, again, they did increase in that 2 o'clock update. They were 50 here this morning. Hurricane Hunter's found around 60 and now up to 65. And I wanted to make note of that. That's the same wind there we had with Elsa at landfall toward the Big Bend, southeastern Big Bend. This is going to be maybe toward that western Big Bend, but we're talking about a lower pressure, meaning a stronger storm here. It's really deepened overall. I know some of the models were really showing this morning, kind of seeing some different things here. So again, 994 millibars with that. So definitely something to be cognizant of. Excuse me. I'm gonna go ahead and go back on over though toward another viewpoint now. As we go ahead, have that radar scope once again for you guys. Again, it seems like kind of getting some of this onshore now a little bit with the worst. So again, Port St. Joe, Apalachicola here, seeing some of the worst of the action. I know where I'm at, we haven't had any rain toward Stark today, and I think that's an important point. The Stark area, not going to see too much from this. Now, we could get some storms kind of forming on the perimeter, but not a direct hit here, so that's good news. But toward this area where we're looking right now, spotter reporting some damage. Royal Bluff there in Franklin County, roof damage to a home, siding and roof material on the roads. We're starting to see some issues now, unfortunately, in Franklin County. A deeper storm than Elsa. It was at 999 millibars at landfall. This is at 994 millibars, and it might even change a little one way or the other before that landfall. It's at 993 earlier, I noted. So I just kind of have to be cognizant of that as we continue to watch things. I'm going to go back, though, on over toward our other viewpoint. Again, you can see that. Again, we're getting closer to that peak of hurricane season. It may not become a hurricane, but still just a reminder even that we're in that busy time. We have other storms to look at here, Grace, and then we also have another storm that could end up developing right now, depressing, could end up getting that H name there checked off the list, as we do have that storm surge thread to talk about and kind of emphasize here. Areas that aren't seeing this as much still have to do with beach erosion, dangerous rip currents at high surf, and the flooding threat is there, especially as we get from Indian Pass to the Steinhatchee River, 3 to 5 feet here of storm surge anticipated. And then I'll kind of move on over here to show you what we're talking about down toward the east. 2 to 4 feet here from the Steinhatchee River to Yankeetown. So got to be watching that. A storm surge warning in play from Indian Pass to Yankeetown. So I just want to be kind of updating you on what's going on here overall, continuing to monitor things in that rainfall forecast. We've already seen quite a bit of rain in those coastal areas, but I have 5 to 8 total. They're adding on up there Tuesday morning towards some of these coastal areas. Isolated spots could get a little more, some spots a little less. You know how it kind of goes, 3 to 5 inches toward Tallahassee, 2 to 3 toward Valdosta, 1 to 2 toward Brunswick, Jacksonville, Palm Coast, maybe a little more toward Gainesville because of some of the action that's forming closer toward this storm on the perimeter. As I'm kind of watching things, I see there's a tornado warning in Texas. Unrelated to this, we haven't still had any tornado warnings with this scenario yet, but let's go ahead and pop up our other viewpoint right now. We'll move away from the graphics for just a moment so I can give you a live look here. Again, these are numbers I put in with our rainfall forecast to try to give you guys the best local example of what's going on here in the grand scheme of things. Just trying to keep you guys up to date on what can happen here. Trying to give you guys the latest information. Again, just giving you everything on the fly. It's just me here in the Weather Center, so if it takes me a few seconds to switch between sources here, it's just because we have so many different things. Normally you have multiple people running things. It's just me, though, in this scenario, in this setup that we use here at Cloud Weather. So, again, going over now, you do see some storms forming on the first coast. We've had some gustier winds, not extreme winds here. As we do look, but gustier winds toward the first coast, Nassau, Baker, even getting closer to Bradford here, some winds. These are not necessarily associated directly with Fred, but we're getting these storms to form in the perimeter here with this pattern. So, again, not directly connected, as you can see that moisture shield really cutting off as we get toward Gilchrist County. But, again, we're seeing some of this action here overall form because of Fred's influence. Again, you see what's trying to become of an eye here as we get toward that Big Bend region. So we're watching things very carefully there. Let me go ahead now and go back on over toward our graphics where I do have a look here from a little earlier of that rainfall forecast. I know we get updates continuously on the Weather Prediction Center, but I just wanted to let you guys know what this kind of looks like here with that moisture fetch. You can kind of see here what's happening here as we look toward areas, even maybe further off toward Panama City and even Dothan. It could be a little more rain. We'll just wait and see. But you see that fetch even going up toward Atlanta. So something for them to watch as well, and the Appalachian Mountains there too. As we just got a gust now in the last minute or so to 59 miles an hour at the St. George Island Bridge area. So let's go ahead and pop that back up now. You guys will see what's happening there. We'll go ahead and pop that up there in Franklin County so you guys get an idea. It's just nasty, folks. I mean, I remember looking at this during Michael, the winds were higher there. Some of the highest readings came from this area. Those winds were in the hurricane range, obviously. These aren't going to hopefully be in that hurricane range, but they could approach that, get very close to a gust to hurricane force at 74. We could get gusts maybe to 70, something like that here. Not completely out of the question. I went with 65 on our latest forecast update, which I'll show you, but again, definitely can't rule out a quick gust here to 70 in this situation based on all the different reports we've got. I see a Gulf County now, a weather station reporting a pressure below 998 millibars. So kind of seeing that story there come into play as you see here. Again, watching things in terms of those winds. I updated this a little bit. I didn't change Tallahassee because of the track. Now, there's a chance I might have to bump them up a little based on what we just saw. I mean, this wasn't even showing up in some of the models we were looking at earlier, but it seems like we have an easterly jug here still with this storm, and that might make me increase Tallahassee to 50 or something like that. We'll just wait and see, but I kept it for 45. I evaluated this earlier around the lunch hour, and you see Donaldsonville, I added them because kind of looking at the models, the track here toward that area with that northeasterly component could kind of give them a little more of the worst of things based on being closer toward that core. We're just waiting to see. I know Weather Service actually went 75 on the peak gust, but didn't think we'd quite get that. I know they got to 115 or so during Michael, and don't want to be kind of really comparing those here in this scenario because those storms are this storm and that storm, they're incomparable. Can't compare them. Michael was far worse, but still going to have an impact. Could be life-threatening here for a few of you. Again, this is not a Michael. May not even become a hurricane here, as we talked about, but it could become a hurricane. I mean, the chances of that were pretty much zero almost yesterday morning, and now there is that small chance it could quickly get to 75. I think maybe probably topping out at 70 would make more sense, but you never know here. You just never know in this situation. Again, peak gust forecast maybe 65 at the coast there. You see lesser winds to the east, but we saw with the reports off toward Jacksonville, still can't realize some higher gusts than what I had there because of the overall scenario with the storms forming on the perimeter. You see the concentrated action off toward the westward. These are in Central Time, by the way. 2 p.m. Central Time is what this is indicating here with some of these winds picking on up the most likely arrival times. Florida is tropical storm force type winds in the vicinity. So as we get further up in the Georgia, the chances drop off as we get out of southwestern Georgia this weekend on down. But still, we'll be kind of watching things there. Tallahassee, the worst conditions going through tonight there. Gusts to maybe 45 miles an hour possible. In that vicinity, 25, 35 sustained, 3 to 5 inches of rain, isolated 7-inch totals possible, and tornadoes, isolated ones, also a threat, so to stay alert. Again, the public schools closed today. The worst winds generally east of that center, and then isolated power outages, charged the devices as we were talking about last night, just to be on the safe side here. That things can change, and they did a little bit, not that much here in the grand scheme, not that much really. I mean, I didn't change these impacts for Tallahassee, but definitely seeing these looking likely to come to fruition here, if not just barely exceeding these numbers here in terms of that wind potential. So preparedness considerations, again, gotta watch out for that tornado threat here too, because that can kind of change everything. We saw that with Elsa, maybe people letting their guard down toward Jacksonville, and then with Elsa we ended up seeing a scenario where we had those tornadoes form, and then we had some of that daytime heating mixing in, and then unfortunately having some pretty nasty impacts. So just make sure that hurricane kit's up to date. That really goes even for those of you as we're looking toward the first coast, maybe for later on in hurricane season. But this is just some stuff that you should have on hand at this point. Don't really have too much more you can do here, but you might have to be able to do a few things, charging up those devices so that power goes out, something like that. Just have that stuff ready, to have flashlight on hand here for that power maybe going out. So again, continuing to watch. Hopefully we don't have to deal with too much of the after the storm type impacts in terms of some issues with generator safety, but you never know toward Franklin County here, as we've been getting quite a few reports. Could end up seeing some more power outages there, but this is not a hurricane event like we saw at Michael. I want to emphasize that. Again, just pulling up our radar scope computer here. We're going to go ahead and pop that on up now. You'll be able to see what's happening here. Try to give you guys an idea, and you'll be able to see what things look like again with this system. Franklin, Gulf County is getting back to work, so this has to offer. You see Mexico Beach, who obviously they don't need bad weather there because of what happened with Michael, but they're getting some of that bad weather in that area right now, so they got to be on guard there toward Gulf County, toward that region. Even Bay County on the edge, but it seems like they're going to be kind of on that western edge here. It's going to get quite a bit of rain. Not really talking about storm surge over there, though. But just got Augusta now at 61. I think that's the highest we've had here today now. Bald Point, Augusta, 61 miles an hour, 2 miles northeast of Royal Bluff. So seeing these winds pick on up here, folks. We got to watch out for that tornado threat. So we're continuing to monitor for that. Make sure you have multiple ways to get those alerts. We'll be here cutting in every half hour. Gonna go past 2:30 just to stay on here at this point to kind of wrap things up, and then go up to 3 unless we need to break back in sooner. But we got to watch out for this friction here, folks. Kind of taking hold and causing some of these spins to pop on up. Some weak rotation here in Leon County right now. We're gonna have to watch something right here. If nothing else, maybe an enhancement of some winds getting down to the surface. So we just have to be kind of watchful of that here this afternoon as we look down toward the south and east. You can see toward Taylor County and Perry, seeing a similar story maybe where some of those winds could get down to the surface a little bit stronger here, as you have some winds trying to go in opposing directions in this general vicinity. So gonna kind of draw this on if you don't know what I'm talking about. Just watching things here, kind of seeing something there toward Taylor County. So again, just watching things carefully, having to do this, watching that radar like a hawk to keep you, your friends, your family safe. Weather Service in Tallahassee doing the same here in this tropical operations because of everything that's happening here with our tropical storm Fred. Let's check the Jacksonville velocity just in case, because if you get that instability, I don't think a spin of tornado could completely be ruled out here over toward the east. So it's more about maybe wind enhancement or an isolated severe thunderstorm. But you see some wind enhancement is showing up here around Hilliard. So again, seeing some of that, maybe winds about 40, 45. Can't run a thunderstorm warning, something like that, since there's no formal tropical storm warning. So again, we'll continue to watch out here as we look in toward this area, just seeing how things are going overall. And then you can kind of see here as we go to Tallahassee radar, you're going to get a better look here of Fred. If you're just tuning in at the bottom of the hour, we're still on from that coverage here that we started by the top of the hour right now. Just sticking with you for a few more minutes, and then we'll wrap it up until 3 unless we get a tornado warning or something really pertinent to jump on for. But we had about our highest gust here just a few minutes ago in Franklin County. I guess the 61 miles an hour there. Bald Point, the mesonet there. So definitely the nasty conditions in Franklin County really telling the story here. Seeing that within our Doppler radar echoes this afternoon. Gonna go ahead and jump back on camera again as preparedness considerations. Important, that tornado information important here as well. There's a tornado watch in play until 8 o'clock, so just stay tuned for those updates. Have multiple ways to receive alerts as conditions are favorable for some tornadic activity. And then a tornado warning means that a tornado is detected by the radar or actually spotted. In those scenarios, you want to seek shelter inside that sturdy building. Get as many walls between you and the outside as possible, and also protect yourself from flying debris by putting on a bicycle helmet. So again, some of the different things you can do here in this scenario. Wind speed with a tropical tornado generally being at EF0, EF1 range, but I preface that with saying last year with ECES we ended up having an EF3 tornado, so you just have to be kind of cognizant that things can ramp on up pretty quickly, and in that scenario a little more favorable I think for tornadoes, but still just gotta remain on guard here as we continue to watch things here this afternoon. Again, monitoring the situation at large. I think right now, though, we're going to go ahead and wrap things up for the time being. Let me go ahead and move away from the graphics for a moment just to see the storm system once again. And again, no active tornado warnings in our area, thunderstorm warnings, but there's a tornado watch. There's a thread there of flash flooding, a flash flood watch, and then a tropical storm warning. Not one of those active polygon scenarios, but a wider spread type event here in terms of those tropical force winds. So again, you see things gusts getting higher there toward the coast. Got to watch for some spin up tornadoes. I see some strong thunderstorms maybe up towards South Georgia here, being indicated within a Doppler. Watching some of this action here east of Sylvester could get a quick spin up even out of the tornado watch, not out of the question here this afternoon. So we'll be watching with some of that instability coming into play as the Weather Service in Tallahassee talking about the tropical storm Fred unfolding here. The impacts, heavy rain, isolated tornadoes, strong wind gusts here, and also potentially life-threatening storm surge. These threats are going to continue toward us overnight, maybe even through the overnight hours. So just have to kind of be cognizant of that, at least for some of our areas. So watching for this, watching for it here. We'll be back at 3 unless we have some more pertinent information like a tornado warning or some other type of warning information to jump in for. So just stick with me. We have you covered. Facebook, Twitter, YouTube, cloudweather.com as well. You can use that interactive radar when we're not talking. If you want to see something that I'm not showing you on the radar here, you can use that to keep everybody up to date. So for now, thanks so much for tuning in. See you at 3 unless we need to see you a little bit sooner. Back here in the Weather Center on this Monday afternoon, I'm meteorologist Casey Cloud, continuing to watch Tropical Storm Fred here at 3 o'clock. You can see that center getting closer. Some of those worst of the conditions getting on in towards spots there toward the Gulf Coast here. So just got to be cognizant. We'll zoom on in a little bit. You'll kind of see what's happening here with what's going on. You see quite a few wind reports in Franklin County. Got quite a few sensors there, luckily, to help us measure what's going on. So definitely monitoring that. In fact, I'm going to go over to radar scope because this will even help us out a little bit better to give you guys a better visual on what is happening here with this scenario. So let's go ahead and pop this up. You guys can kind of see the situation here with that. A center is getting closer. Might make landfall, maybe Franklin or Gulf counties, maybe on that Franklin Gulf County line even. So something to kind of be mindful of here this afternoon for sure. Just following along. I know we've got a few gusts here towards dark in 15-20 mile an hour range, give or take, but nothing too significant overall here today. So that's the good news as we're looking further off toward the east. Just going to be watching maybe for some wind enhancement with some of the storms that are above and on the periphery. But again, the big story is what's happening off toward the west here. Toward areas here, Franklin, Gulf counties. You can see here this wind really telling a story. If we get a gust of hurricane force, this accent right here, maybe the accent that does it here, folks. As you can see, our storm and then our storm accent on the eastern side, kind of going with the wind, something like this. So some of that worst of the wind moving in toward Apalachicola, Carabel. So again, just be prepared here, folks. If you haven't lost power in Franklin County yet, you could lose power from some of this action here. Those numbers are going up in toward that area. These are winds here, maybe upward of 70 miles an hour. So just going to kind of make note of that. Maybe 70 mile per hour gust here in this area. So just want to kind of be mindful here of what can happen. Trying to write this on the screen in case maybe the audio isn't working right now. I just want to let you guys know these could be upward to 70 miles an hour here, these gusts. I know we went with 65 earlier, but I think these winds are stronger, so I definitely think a gust of 70 could happen here in the Apalachicola, Carabel area over the next little bit. That would be the side of the storm, the area that would get it. So pretty nasty impacts toward Apalachicola, toward Carabel here, folks. I just want you guys to be on guard. As you can see up toward the north, some heavy rain toward Liberty County here. Getting into some of this, you see Leon County, heavy rain in there as well. I know you see lightning if you look far off to the east here toward some of our southeastern Georgia counties, but they're not under tropical alerts. They're not getting this concentrated wind, this concentrated rain action here. May get a quick spin. This looks like it might be getting pretty close to a tornado warning southeast of Lamont. We haven't had any yet, but I mean, it's possible we could get one with something like this just east of Lamont, and then we'd have to go more continuous here. So I'm going to take the breed of text and see if there's anything on this. It's kind of hard to say. Let me go ahead and just make sure we don't have anything trying to pop at us real quick in this area, because that looks like some pretty tight rotation there southeast of Lamont. There could be something there. It's really murky though, and I mean, there's no way you could really confirm it off of that at this point. So with this one, it's not eastern tornado warning. The rotation there, there's a tropical storm warning in place, so already under a warning nonetheless, and you just have to be kind of cognizant. You don't want to be out and about. I know some more schools making decisions to cancel classes for tomorrow, maybe some of those lingering impacts. So looks like we jumped to an old radar image. I'm not sure how that happened. I guess we jumped way back in time. There must be an issue with the Tallahassee radar there, or at least our software all of a sudden. So let me go ahead and jump away from that. You kind of see what's happening here with the composites. So let me go ahead, zoom back out a little bit. You can see here, as we're looking even west of our area, some of the heaviest rain, highest rainfall rates there, west of Youngstown right now, west of Fountain. Again, some of these areas here, as we look, dealt with Michael. This is nothing like Michael, but these areas still have vulnerabilities from what happened with Michael. So that's very important to keep in mind. This storm could have a little bit worse of an impact because this is the worst storm in this specific area since Michael to strike here. So that's something you guys have to be keeping in mind, that we could have more of an impact maybe than typical stronger tropical storm here, because these areas are still vulnerable. Areas around Mexico Beach there's still some vulnerabilities. Tyndall Air Force Base, still some vulnerabilities here as we're looking toward areas around that, at least with those trees. I mean, you still have issues. You still have that fire threat when you're not having something like this here too. So I know we had a gust of 64 there recently north of High Bluff in Franklin County. Gust of 62, it looks like, at the Franklin County Emergency Management Office there, or EOC, and a gust of 63 in the East Point vicinity as well. So we're always seeing those sensors pick on up with those damaging wind gusts here this afternoon. So again, just got to be cognizant here of what is happening, what is going on. As we go ahead and zoom back on out, you guys can see here some of the action in the periphery. You can see where the storm is. And I'll go ahead and put our wind arrows on. We'll have to watch to see how the surge maybe is later with some of the winds going from south to north here. But right now, the surge a little worse off toward the west here, maybe toward Wakulla, toward Franklin. And I see those values go up as the lower pressure, the worst of the storm kind of moves on in here over the next little bit. So again, our tropical storm, a strong tropical storm, 65 mile per hour, maximum sustained winds. I know we've been doing this storm for a while here. Looking back last week, we saw it kind of fall apart. Hispaniola completely disintegrated into just a tropical wave, and then able to get its act back together yesterday morning to be classified as a tropical storm, a weak tropical storm. And now really, because of that track being a little further away from the coast here, being able to get over the warm water, staying over them long enough, something we don't see all that often here, with the system going all the way from nothing in the Gulf, after being something to being something again. So definitely something you have to watch out for. I know I used the word something there a little bit, but it is something, some type of impact for some of these folks toward that Big Bend, toward that Florida Panhandle. And it does have to be taken seriously. The Weather Service on this, the potentially life-threatening flash flooding. So tornado watch in play here as well. A tornado could spin up here quickly, and we do have that watch till 8 o'clock. Could have that extended later on. We'll just have to wait and see. I see the flash flood watch. We just got an update here in the chat. That's been continued till 1 o'clock Central tomorrow, 2 o'clock Eastern. Maybe some banding even still hanging around on the back side of this, so we have to be kind of cognizant of that fact here. So I'm going to go ahead and look over at our mesofield. You do see the tornado threat here. This will kind of maybe go up as we look ahead toward the later afternoon and the evening, and then ultimately maybe fall off some. But we still can't run a quick spin up here as we look ahead into tomorrow here, as well as we look ahead even as we get maybe towards sunrise or after sunrise. We get some instability. I think the worst of the threat will be further up toward the north, though. So that's something that is some good news for everybody. If you're wondering, they're at home. Gonna check some information real quick on the fly. I wanted to see, I don't think I've checked the SPC outlook for tomorrow yet. So I just want to check this. I know sometimes we have to do this on the fly. It's just me here. It's not like we have a team of 20 meteorologists, 30 meteorologists. It's just me. So sometimes I have to check some things here. I haven't seen anything necessarily come across about tomorrow's tornado threat, but I just want to see what the official forecast is real quick, and then I'll go over today's official forecast. I might even pop up tomorrow's here as well in a moment, just so you guys know what's happening, depending on what shows up here. But as I looking at that risk area, okay, they're not actually putting any type of formal risk out toward our region. I think it's going to be more up toward areas there around Charlotte, Greensboro, Winston-Salem, High Point, and Asheville, but maybe toward Atlanta, Durham, Columbia, and Macon there as well. So we'll just watch for that. That's going to be tomorrow, kind of shifting away still, maybe a stronger storm at least on the back side of things. So you wouldn't really be in that favorable quadrant for the tornadic action. We've seen storms before kind of hanging around here a little bit with that moisture that could cause some flooding potential. So I know as we load a few things here, you see me losing a few frames. That's just the nature of things sometimes. But again, watching the situation, I'm going to go ahead and move back on over toward our mapping right now. Again, still following along here with this situation. That tornado watch in play. Go ahead and pull up our risk area for today. You do see the slight risk here toward Tallahassee. We haven't had any tornado warnings yet. I've been saying that, though. Eventually it's going to change more than likely. I know with Mike we didn't have very many. That was a really compact storm. This storm, I was trying to get its out together earlier, and I need to see you guys the satellite, which I'll do in a moment. But tornado threat here, you see that. You see that extended all the way to Columbia County. Then the reason the marginal risk is out toward Bradford, though, because of that wind threat and isolated severe storm on the perimeter here, just taking advantage of some of the conditions, but maybe not being able to spin too much. So there's kind of that area. There's your tornado risk. You got the idea there. And then I'm going to go ahead and take this away, and then we're going to try to pull up our meso sector here with the satellite. I see some marine warning information coming on out, but let's go ahead and look toward the Gulf right now. You'll be able to kind of see what's going on here with some of our viewpoints with our storm systems. So always important to do this to try to get an idea of what's going on here as we kind of see things. I mean, even on the western side a little, we just got a gust to 57 miles an hour toward the St. Andrews State Park area, maybe, if that's we're talking more toward Panama City, so I can knock out some power over there as well. So just got to be cognizant of that. You see some storminess on the periphery. You got to see how this kind of pulls on up toward the Swanee River Valley maybe later. Some of this accent off the coast to see if we get some rotation here. That could produce a tornado warning or two. So we got a long way to go, even though landfall may happen here in pretty short order. We will see that friction come into play, and that could be kind of something to watch. So again, there's our storm system, just kind of watching things carefully here with this. You don't see necessarily an eye wall on this, luckily, but still kind of seeing some different things overall. Now you do see that eye, or a center at least, trying to come ashore here as we get right toward it looks like Indian Pass. You can kind of see here that lowest pressure maybe getting close toward these areas. So may end up seeing a special advisory or something like that come on out, or a special update at least from the National Hurricane Center to kind of mark that landfall here maybe before 5 o'clock Eastern even with these gusts here coming into play. I know those power outages are a story as well, but this center getting closer. The movement last check was at 9 miles an hour. So let me go ahead and show you this. I'm going to do something real quick here before I go over to the power outages. I want to just kind of measure this out, because this is something, again, we're on the fly here. This is what you have to do during severe weather, tropical weather sometimes. So let's go ahead and go back on over here. You can kind of see our center. I went to the Eglin radar. You can see our center kind of extending down here. And in fact, I need to go ahead and move that over just a little so I can read that a little bit better maybe. That's 40, 50 miles or so, give or take. So let's say 25. This isn't going to be exact here. I'm doing this on the fly, so I could be missing a few things. But there's maybe our center. So of this, somewhere in here maybe, that's where generally your lowest pressure would be, somewhere in that general vicinity. And then with a movement there, as you kind of saw that north-northeast at 9 miles an hour. So we're still 16 miles away, give or take. So we may end up just getting that advisory to come out early, right about 5 or so, and then that'll mark that. That's what I saw with else, so they didn't have to do a special one because it happened right about the time. So they might be able to hold this depending on how much or how this kind of wraps around. Maybe if we're not seeing maybe the bottom side of this, it might be a little smaller than what I'm measuring, and then it might be coming with the lowest pressure a little quicker. Not always exact. I know we had a storm there a couple years ago, I believe. I want to say Dorian, actually, in the North Carolina Outer Banks. It didn't affect us really. We got lucky overall, some coastal impacts. But up toward North Carolina, we ended up seeing the center of the eye. It didn't really look like it on radar, but the lowest pressure was over land a little bit there toward the Outer Banks. We ended up having an official landfall. So you just kind of have to kind of see how things go sometimes. Again, the torrential rain toward areas there close to Tyndall Air Force Base, Mexico Beach. And then as you look over toward Weewahitska there, Weewahitska, and then some of these other areas that get into some heavier rain and lesser rain to the east, but we're looking off at Eglin, so you might be able to see this a little bit better off at Tallahassee. Seeing some of these heavy rain reports toward Tallahassee. Let's make sure we don't have a quick spin up there toward that Leon County area right now. I'll go ahead and put on our velocity to see what's happening. Maybe some weak rotation right on the north side of town, nothing extreme, but that Lamont area, I mean, we got to watch because this could tighten up enough. We kind of saw this with Elsa and that heating there. For a while, we had these areas of rotation, just not quite enough for a tornado warning. And all of a sudden, we saw things come together there around 4:30 or so, and things really tightened up and we had problems. I know this is a little bit different. We already had landfall at that point. This is coinciding right now. Like we had back with Elsa about a month ago or so with that daytime heating. So we have to be kind of watching to see if these spins can kind of pop on up here. in this situation. Again, the stronger winds are really coming ashore. I bet these numbers, if we're kind of looking at this one, the radar right, we're going to go ahead and see these winds really pick on up here toward Apalachicola. So we're just going to be kind of seeing that. And I am seeing some information. This is surprising to me here, folks. They're going to go ahead and call it a landfall now. Let's go ahead. We must be not getting the whole picture of the eye here. I was thinking it could be cut off a little bit. Could be cut off a little bit. We're not getting the best radar cover right of the coast. So they're now calling this apparently according to the chat. So let me check this out. This just came across here in the chat session. So I'm going to go ahead and check on this right now. I don't necessarily see it, but maybe that lowest pressure is coming across. They're now calling this with an update. It is sent it out. It's making landfall and has made landfall now in the eastern Florida Panhandle. They're saying that landfall has occurred near Cape Sandblast. Maximum sustained winds estimated to be near 65 miles an hour. We now get a gust there in Apalachicola, the 52 knots on the actual sensor there. So that's getting up there quite a ways, as we kind of expected based on what we saw in velocity. But now an official report, a little earlier than what it looked like with the radar there, potentially. They're calling a landfall with a pressure of 994 millibars. So this kind of zooming back in there, they must be kind of tracking this as if this is kind of closed on off. We're just not seeing it based on different vantage points here, folks. So it's kind of tricky, kind of hard to decipher because we're looking higher up, so we're not actually able to see the thunderstorm action as clearly. So let me go ahead and get back on in here. We're going to go ahead and zoom back on over a little bit toward the radar scope. You can kind of see here the worst of the wind toward the north, but again, they're calling it official landfall. It doesn't always have to be the center of the eye or the center of this because we're talking about the lowest pressure. So instead of maybe this extending down here, maybe they're kind of extending it only down in here, and then that would put that center right about there. So it's kind of tricky, folks, because again, we're having to use different radars. If you just kind of track it and do it as if it's this to this, and you do the center here, and then that gets you at 25 miles, and that gets you a little while. But again, it looks like we have it. It's just kind of hard to see on our vantage point, our display. The center is more like this, as we're continuing to watch things, obviously, and then the center of that would be right in there, give or take. So again, a little confusing, but we're watching things carefully here. Again, landfall now has occurred in the Cape Sandblast area with the winds estimated near 65 miles an hour, making landfall a little bit earlier than we were anticipating here as this scenario. Definitely something that's interesting to say the least. As I want to go over the graphics here, since we do have this official landfall now, again, some of the worst of the conditions happening now. We're going to go ahead and pop on over toward another vantage point here real quick. I do have this up from earlier because our track, I mean, you could kind of see here maybe a track just a little west, and that changed our landfall time by a couple hours with it going off toward the east a bit. So again, kind of seeing that here. This is going to be 7 p.m. Central, 8 p.m. Eastern. This may be coming ashore, but instead, because it came ashore at that little point there that sticks on out, we had landfall several hours earlier than the official forecast. Again, landfall just occurring, a strong tropical storm here, 65 mile per hour maximum sustained winds near Cape Sandblast. So we're going to keep you up to date. Be back at 3:30 with some more information. Again, the big story right now, though, an official landfall has occurred here with our tropical storm Fred. Just watching all of our different radars here this afternoon. No active tornado warnings, haven't had any yet, but we'll be here. Tropical storm warning in play for quite a few of us here toward the west. So just got to continue to monitor things, and that's what we'll do from the Weather Center. Meteorologist Casey Cloud back here at the bottom of the hour with the latest on Tropical Storm Fred. Has officially made landfall there in the Cape San Blas area toward parts of Gulf County. So just seeing that here in the last few minutes. We thought maybe making landfall a little bit later on, but we kind of saw it hit that tip there of the coast, and as it did so, that made it officially at landfall there as we look toward that area, an official landfall there in that vicinity. So again, watching things carefully. Let's go on over toward our other radar viewpoint right now. You can see what's happening here as we look toward Port St. Joe. You can see some of our stronger winds moving right in there in Apalachicola too. As you can get in toward Apalachicola, you see a gust here just in the last few minutes of 64 miles an hour now, and even a gust here 65 toward East Point. So definitely some of the strongest winds that we've seen with Fred now coming on the shore. So the landfall really about semantics. Is not really something that we're having to necessarily deal with in terms of that being something that's worse. Really, it's better that it's centered at lowest pressure that the Hurricane Center has evaluated. They're using some of the different tools that's come across the coast because now it can't strengthen anymore, and that'll start that weakening process and help it to occur a little bit earlier. So again, an official landfall did occur here. We also had about that same time, right about the time we were going off with the update, had a flash flood warning issue just outside of our viewing area, but we'll go ahead and make note of it if you're watching or have interest off toward the west. Panama City under a flash flood warning here, as well as areas there surrounding it. So we're talking about Bay County, southwestern Calhoun, northwestern Gulf, and southeastern Washington until 8:15 Central, 9:15 Eastern. A Doppler radar indicating thunderstorms producing some heavy rainfall across the warned area. Between 1 and 2 inches of rain have fallen in the last hour. Additional rainfall 1 to 4 inches possible between now and 8:15 Central. From Fred, of course, with some of these rain bands coming on in. Got to watch for that spin-up tornado risk as well. Some rotation near Orange and Liberty County. Again, some of the stronger winds toward the coast. We also have some little areas of Brixton maybe sewing up here, kind of coming together here and causing some areas of rotation toward Jefferson County as well. So I just have to be kind of cognizant of that. Again, the big story now, though, is that landfall did occur about 2:15 Central Time, 3:15 Eastern there, just outside of our area technically with that lowest pressure coming ashore. That part of the center really is in toward Franklin County, which is part of our area. Of course, it doesn't change the impacts here. Making landfall a little earlier doesn't really change too much, except it helps it not be able to re-strengthen any further than what it already did as we're looking back, and also just seeing that maybe weaken a little bit quicker. So that could help maybe in some of our southern Georgia impacts a bit. Not going to make huge difference. It is moving a little slower, so that does help it a little bit more, but not going to make a huge difference overall. Still a pretty strong tropical storm, a lower pressure than Elsa by 5 millibars, so still going to have a pretty big impact. And now I alluded to this earlier, but we got the breaking news about power outages. Breaking news about the landfall. So I do want to go over to power outages now. We're going to go ahead and pop that on up as we're getting some updates there. I know Weather Service in Tallahassee, every time people charge up the devices, charge up those devices. That's important as we look on over toward the poweroutage.us map here. You'll kind of see what's going on. 10,347 customers in the dark as the last check. You can kind of see, I'll move our mouse over and then across here. You can kind of see Franklin County, about a fifth of the customers are so in the dark there. As we get toward McCulloch County, just a few customers in the dark, but some outages occurring now. Leon County, 3,120 customers in the dark. Starting to see a few issues arise there, as you kind of would expect, based on some of those trees in that area. So you got to be careful here. The stronger tropical storm Fred making an official landfall. Again, I want to emphasize this about where that lowest pressure comes across. Even if radar tells a little bit different story, the Weather Service and the Hurricane Center have special tools that they can use to figure out where that lowest pressure is coming across here the coast. So even though maybe it looks like the center down to the south a little bit, it's not really the case, because that lowest pressure has come across, so that official landfall has occurred. Sometimes we wait for a landfall. This one actually kind of snuck up on us a little bit because had that center come across there at a point, so it made it across a little bit quicker. And then also that center on the radar is a little bit deceiving based on the thunderstorm, or at least our accent around it, because it's again about where the lowest pressure is, and that's not something you can always see exactly on this map, not exactly something that's lining up perfectly. So again, we're going to go ahead and zoom back out. You see areas all rotation. We'll watch some kind of areas that are sticking out. You see the torrential downpour, maybe some enhanced winds, if nothing else. Still haven't had any tornado warnings. I know another tornado made landfall in this area, and I don't want to jinx it here now. I'm talking about Michael, though, which is something that's so terrible in terms of that wind impact. It was a storm that did not produce that many tornado warnings in our area, and this, in terms of the tornado threat here, has looked kind of similar in that we're just not seeing those winds come together enough yet. It's kind of unusual here. The tornado parameters not coming into play enough, but still, got to be watching again. Nothing like Michael, though, in terms of the actual wind impact, even the surge impact, far less, even though we have got some reports down toward the coast with that water kind of coming on in here, causing some issues there, seeing some roads being flooded even. So got to remember to turn around, don't drown. Some voluntary evacuations were in play, of course, at this point, seeing some of the worst of it. So it's not something where you really want to venture out unless you're forced to, because you're in a life-threatening situation. But again, we're seeing the storm system. We're seeing the worst of this come across. And again, the official landfall did occur about 20 minutes ago there in eastern parts of Gulf County there in the Florida Panhandle, with max sustained winds at 65 miles an hour, that minimum pressure at 994 millibars. And again, even though it's a little harder to pick out where landfall is occurring in terms of that time frame, I think we were pretty much dead on with these worst of the winds coming into Franklin County here, and that's the impact part of things here. As we're looking toward Apalachicola, some of our strongest readings on our actual sites, not just weather stem sites, but our actual site of the airport, I guess, to 64. So definitely gonna knock out some power, or some more power for those who have already lost it. So I know we're getting those wind speeds here pretty consistent. And also we saw a quick gust about 70 at the coast, but overall those winds weren't quite as consistent as this. And lower pressure, sometimes you can get something like that with a stronger storm, more consistent type of winds. We also have more sensors down here, I think, to help us tell that story as well. A gust of 46 northwest of Mexico Beach, but again, just watching things carefully here, monitoring things. I took off some of those other report information details so you could kind of see that 64, but then winds 26 or so, it looks like, toward Tallahassee with that latest gust. So not extreme, but enough to knock out a little bit of power there in toward Leon County, as we've seen. 27 Decatur County, but overall the worst of wind here, because that friction isn't going to interfere at the coast, of course, so that wind kind of coming on in, so there's nothing to really stop that wind there, really nothing to stop that wind from coming on in. And then in terms of areas to inland, though, you have that friction, which will cause maybe some more spin that could theoretically increase that tornado threat later on. We'll just have to wait and see. We're going to watch everything for you, but the big story, that landfall has occurred. Some of the worst of the conditions from Fred occurring right now toward the Florida Panhandle. Let's take a look outside here as we go on over toward our viewpoint here. If we can go ahead and pop this on up, we do have the St. Mark's lighthouse camera there in McCulloch County, and then we'll go over to Franklin County here in a moment. You do see some darker skies here. See in that storyline. In fact, I'll kind of step on over as we're getting some of these wind reports still to come on in. You can see here some of these nastier conditions, even some interesting shots here. Hard to see exactly what's going on, but again, just trying to give you an idea of what's happened visually there on the ground per se. And then as we go on over toward the St. George Island camera, you'll be able to see just really nasty conditions, seeing that rain kind of accumulate on the lens some, because that's indicative of some of that windier condition in play there, causing that to happen. So again, watching Fred again, the big story, the breaking news here, landfall has occurred. Seeing some questions here. Tallahassee now looks like it's in about 1 inch to 2.5 inches of rain so far across the county. And now another report coming in the chat, maybe pressure there at a site there on campus PSJ. Down to 995 millibars, so maybe the center and toward that area there, talking about Port St. Joe, it looks like. So maybe that center right over Port St. Joe, pretty much against some of the worst on the east side. We've seen some of the stronger winds like areas here that we're viewing toward that camera there at the St. George Island Bridge there in Franklin County. So gust to 66 there, East Point 320. So that's our highest reading now, I believe. So definitely seeing those numbers add on up here this afternoon, go on up. Add on up in terms of rain, go on up in terms of those wind. We'll be back if we have some tornado warnings sooner than 4 o'clock, but otherwise I'll see you here at 4 as we continue to watch Fred here. Again, that official landfall did occur within the last 30 minutes or so toward Gulf County. That center right over Gulf County, so seeing a little bit of that over Franklin County there. Again, the lowest pressure though where that landfall did occur was toward Cape San Blas. Meteorologist Casey Cloud back here in the Weather Center at the top of the hour, just getting the latest information in from the National Hurricane Center. Latest information in from the Weather Service and off the Doppler radar as well. I'm going to go ahead and go on to the overview of our situation. Zoom on out a little as we did have landfall here about 45 minutes ago. That official landfall did occur there in eastern Gulf County, and we've seen the worst conditions even after landfall here come to fruition in Franklin County here. We've seen these readings continuously go up here, Roy, since then, and now a gust to 73 reported in Franklin. A couple of those actually, as we go ahead, I'll zoom on in actually to see what we're talking about. A gust there at the St. George Island Bridge, that's to 73. That was at about 42 past the hour. I'll kind of point that out for everybody, almost the one further down toward the south there, and then in terms of reporting, and then as we see another report there, report icon west of Carabel, Augusta 73, and this is the last few minutes of the Franklin County EOC, so definitely seeing these winds mixing on down. Haven't officially had a hurricane gust, that's 74, so now the top two gusts are at 73. Obviously this is stronger than what we saw with Elsa now. This storm's stronger than Elsa. I know the max sustained winds the same here per se based on the current information now for the fact, and the post-analysis might end up seeing this one stay about the same and then maybe also go down. But again, just something to kind of bear in mind. This storm here ended up having a little pressure indicative of stronger storminess overall here in the storyline in play. So again, our center, it's a little harder to pick out. I mean, even our meso overlay here kind of having trouble figuring it out. It thinks it's still kind of over the Gulf, but they have measured that lowest pressure there over land, calling that an official landfall there in Gulf County, Cape San Blas there, Cape San Blas as we're looking toward the coast. So again, seeing that happen just in the last little bit here as we're looking there, as we go ahead and zoom back on out. I'll take the arrows off a little. Those are important though for determining that surge, and we'll kind of keep our eyes on that. But I'm just kind of going between some different things behind the scenes. So you might see a flicker here or there on the screen, or it might freeze up just a little bit. But again, you see some rain warnings. We're not seeing a lot of action further out to the east. It seems like, and this is really unusual, but it's good news for Tallahassee, obviously. We're seeing more of the action that's nastier speed more on the western side here of the storm at this point. So definitely an interesting little conundrum here, because almost all tropical systems have the worst weather on the east side, but just in the last little bit we're seeing some of the worst on the western side around Panama City now. That's good news for Tallahassee, but as we're looking off toward the west here toward Panama City, they're obviously in a vulnerable position because of what happened with Hurricane Michael there a few years ago. There's still a lot of issues there, so this is probably going to cause more power outages there than maybe in a typical area that hasn't had all that infrastructure damage. Of course, there's been a lot of recovery there, but it's not completely back to normal. So that's something that could be problematic. With flash flood warnings, these rainfall rates have really gone up here. These are definitely the highest rainfall rates. You can kind of see this well, 2-3 inches in the last hour, or that purple there, the blue, talking about over an inch an hour, really. And we're seeing more of that on the western side and northwest side of this. We saw some of this in some of the forecasting, but in general, the worst side of the storminess is on the east side. So even though the landfall is happening a little further to the east, the worst of the action somehow moving still toward Panama City, just based on some of the latest radar echoes in terms of those higher rainfall rates. So that's something to kind of be mindful of as we zoom back out. You can see some storminess in the periphery toward the first coast, some stronger winds possible and gusts. Nothing extreme here, obviously, but still seeing a little bit of this as we look towards southeastern Georgia as well. So just got to be kind of cognizant of this. And I'm going to go ahead and check the chat here. I'm just checking to see if there's anything new. And I'm not seeing anything new, but let's go ahead and go on over toward our power outage mapping right now. You'll be able to see what's happening over here. As you can see, 12,471 customers in the dark right now. So it's important, even in Tallahassee. I know it doesn't look like it right now, but there's always a chance things could kind of fill back in later on that eastern side, or that wind could at least come closer toward Tallahassee, if nothing else. So chart up those devices, be on the safe side here. Take the situation seriously. I mean, power outage is relatively sparse there toward Tallahassee. 4,063 customers. That's not many out of 130,000. That's generally what you'd get maybe during an afternoon stormy scenario when you have some severe thunderstorm warnings winds in play, something like that, scattered severe storms. But as you look toward McCulloch County, only 177 customers in the dark, but Franklin County, 1,857 customers in the dark here as we're looking toward the coast. Now, Liberty and Gaston aren't tracked that good on here, unfortunately, but Gulf County, 155 customers in the dark. And then again, out of our area as we look toward the west, but 1,187 customers in the dark in Calhoun, 390 there in Jackson County toward Marietta. So watching that region closely, watching the scenario closely, watching the threat for isolated tornadoes, and that'll be the story more as we look away from the worst of the areas that'll be impacted by the wind here. But again, let's go ahead and pop this on up. You can see here as we're watching things, we're watching this scenario carefully, going between some of our different sources. Let me go ahead and go on over here toward our other mapping. You'll be able to see our tropical storm warning here in play as well. You can see that in that maroonish color here on the screen, kind of overlapping with that flash flood watch in play. Have seen that potential come to fruition, maybe toward Panama City with some of that rain accumulating more. But some of the strongest wind going to be moving more there to north, toward the north-northeast. So now you're not seeing quite as much of these wind values here. They're not as high, at least here, so on within our radar echoes. But what we're seeing here is this will be kind of translating generally about 9 miles an hour off toward the north-northeast. So some of this worst of the action in Franklin County, maybe in toward Liberty, maybe western Leon, western McCulloch. We'll just have to wait and see here. Luckily, it's moving slow. This is moving a little bit quicker. Then I'd be more concerned because, I mean, the winds in Tallahassee, I mean, we've seen some strong winds over the years with Michael, with Hermine, with Kate, but they could have been worse here. In some of these different scenarios, Kate was about the worst, but you kind of get the idea what I mean by that here overall. I mean, I have some different numbers in our system. If we get some higher winds later, I might pop the graphic up on the screen, but I do have it in our system. So let me go and read off some of this information real quick. I know with Kate, the highest gust in Tallahassee was 87 miles an hour, with Michael 71 miles an hour, Hermine 64, and Opal 63. Just some of the different examples. Now, with this here, I mean, you're seeing winds about 63 to the south. Now, they won't be as high to the north, and we expect some of this maybe to go just west of Tallahassee. So, probably not going to get those type of numbers in Tallahassee, and that's the good news, obviously. We went with 45 on our forecast earlier. May get to 50, we'll see. But overall here, not terrible in the grand scheme, but I mean 64 with Hermine, we ended up seeing widespread power outages for a while in Tallahassee. Not expecting that, but still could see an increase in the coverage of the power outages here later on. It'll just kind of depend on how this wobbles a little. This storm's been a really crazy one here, a finicky storm, I guess you could say, to track. I mean, it would kind of weaken out, then it was strengthened right before landfall, some higher winds than maybe we're thinking. So it's been a tricky storm, to say the least. At least else it was kind of straightforward. We had some different things, but those are more typical in tropical cyclones there. This storm here has been a little more unpredictable. We didn't really know what type of storm we were going to get here at the coast even. I mean, we were not even sure when landfall really was because of where the center is. I mean, you had that trouble a little with Elsa because of the radar coverage too, but just kind of something to bear in mind. I know these areas, luckily when you don't have as good a radar coverage, not always, I mean, we do have issues like in Charlotte, for instance, with the radar coverage in North Carolina, but generally we don't have as good a radar coverage. That's indicative of more rural areas being impacted, so less people, and at least that's some good news. But still, you still need to be aware of what can happen here. And we just got the update on the slight risk here from the Storm Prediction Center. I do see that they've trimmed this back some, and I do want to also touch on here why we haven't seen as much of a tornado risk come into play. I haven't had any severe thunderstorm tornado warnings. The only flash flood warning there out of our viewing area just to the west. But you can see here our slight risk is going toward southwestern Georgia still and toward Tallahassee. The latest update here talking about just they've trimmed that area there a little bit. That was extended out towards southeastern Alabama a bit more because, I mean, you're not going to have as much instability maybe, or at least as much wind shear there, as we just got a gust now of 59 knots in Apalachicola. So again, if you haven't lost power in that area in Franklin County, unfortunately you're probably losing it about now because these winds have been pretty consistent, moving slow enough, having some pretty big time issues there in Franklin County, and that's goes to say that all tropical systems are different because Franklin County, I mean, they've seen storms before, but these are some pretty high in impacts for those folks here in our far westernmost area, really, as we're looking toward the northern Gulf Coast. Now, you might be wondering what I'm showing here. This is instability, and luckily we're not seeing too much. If we had instability combining with the tornado parameters a little bit more, then we'd be more concerned about tornadoes, but we're not really seeing enough of the tornado parameters and enough of the instability coming together. You see some of these, but we're not seeing like this purple area really in a widespread fashion, or these aren't in that purple or red. We're not seeing enough of both parameters come into play here to get that severe weather type of threat, just more of a tropical storm, a higher end tropical storm. You don't always see this. I mean, we also get a bunch of tornado warnings. I feel like looking at the parameters in the forecast, we'll probably get a few pop-up tornado warnings, but it's starting to look like, and again, I don't want to kind of give you the all clear too early because we still have to watch throughout the night. Make sure you have multiple ways to get alerts, but I'm starting to think if things don't come together here in terms of tornadoes in the next few hours before the sunset, you might not see a whole bunch of tornadic action. Now, I don't want to speak too soon. Don't lay your guard down. Just kind of going off of what I saw in the models, and the models haven't been perfect by any means with this, but I'm starting to wonder about that tornado threat a little. It might be more in the periphery because you have to get to certain parameters to combine enough. You have to have enough of one type of parameter, and we're not seeing enough of either right now. So it's something to kind of bear in mind, but that wind's still getting down. I mean, even on the periphery here, we're not getting the severe thunderstorm or tornado warnings, but we're getting some pretty high gusts here toward the first coast. We just had a gust of 40 in Fort Caroline here a little while ago, popping on up. Gust looks like 46 or so in the Huguenot Park area, so still pretty nasty, higher than what we had on that graphic there, just based on how things go. But Gainesville, not really seeing those type of winds because the storming has kind of formed a little further off on areas toward the east, again, showing the unpredictable nature. But even though it's been unpredictable, I mean, we targeted Franklin County here for a while that they would have some of the worst of the impacts here in our area, and that has come to fruition. So again, we look off toward the west, you see some of the heaviest rain there really out of our area, but that wind in Franklin, I mean, this is a long-term, if anything, a long-term severe thunderstorm warning. I mean, if you just want to call it out for Franklin County here at this point, because just getting so many wind reports in that 60, 70 range. I mean, that's kind of what it is here to some extent. So let's go ahead and pop up our St. George Island bridge camera. They're getting some of the worst of this. You can kind of see what's happening there right now, the weather stem viewpoint. You kind of see here, it's been pretty rough out there. You see the clouds there, a pretty nasty period. We've had some surge around in that vicinity, so just got to be cognizant of that. Got to watch that wind direction even later to see how that wind pushes into certain areas from south to north that are more vulnerable to that type of surge versus the east to west type surge. So keep that in mind here as well. And as we go toward McCulloch County, the St. Mark's Lighthouse camera, again, looking out there, you can kind of see what's happening. You can kind of see the cloud there in the distance. We'll watch this if there's any type of water spout potential. We did have strong rotation there earlier off of Taylor County, but luckily, right when it got to the coast there, it fell apart. Never had to break in. Even before the coverage here, we thought we might have to break in for a tornado warning, but that did not happen, luckily, because we never actually had one issued. So that was some good news there. But let's go back over to the radar. We just got an update on that flash flood warning to the west. And I know I have this set up here a little different because we have two different modes of our radar. One, it'll turn them different colors or polygons if there's a considerable danger, and another if we just have a situation here where a storm maybe is one where we just want to track the wind arrows, and that's what I have this one on, so we can kind of see that wind direction. So this polygon, though, on our other mode would turn into a maroonish color now because we just have had this upgraded now to a considerable life-threatening flash flooding threat toward Bay, Calhoun, Gulf, and Watson. And again, that's just that set of a viewing area, but you may be watching this thread covered and wondering what's going on there. We're now seeing the potential for some life-threatening flash flooding off toward Panama City, Lynn Haven, Panama City Beach, Callaway. So many areas familiar to those who have covered the aftermath of Michael here over the years. Springfield, Mexico Beach, Highland Park, Tyndall Air Force Base, Weewahitska, Parker, over toward it looks like the Bayou George area, College Station there in Florida, Camp Flowers, Bayhead, Nixon, Brandonville, Ricotta Beach there as well. So again, I'm seeing some of the worst of the rain to the west here, some of the worst of the wind on the eastern side here in Franklin County. So interesting to see. We'll keep you updated. Let me see if there's any new power outage information before I go off because the number will be interesting to watch. Not seeing anything else new right now, but we'll keep watching for updates, and we'll be here to update you at 4:30 unless we need to come back on sooner. Again, those winds still really strong there toward parts of Franklin County in our viewing area. Those tropical force, high-end tropical force gusts that can be knocking out some power. So be charging up those devices there in that general vicinity of the Big Bend and Southwest Georgia to be on that safe side as this storm is still going to be hanging around. You see our storm center expected to be out here maybe toward areas in the Florida Panhandle later tonight, maybe a little further east than what the track has, maybe more toward Bluntstown, give or take. We'll get that latest update here at about 4:45, give or take, and bring that to you as soon as we get that information. If it's in our next update, if it's something that's not as pertinent, maybe waiting to 5, or just depending on when that comes out from the National Hurricane Center, I will let you know about everything that's going on here to protect you, your friends, and your family with Tropical Storm Fred again making landfall about an hour ago there in parts of Gulf County, the Cape San Blas area, with maximum sustained winds of 65 miles an hour and that minimum pressure of 994 millibars. Still watching this storm move northeasterly, and that's going to be bringing some of the impacts further inland, but also helping to weaken this storm here later on, not over those warm Gulf waters anymore, to help fuel this storm to strengthen some more. That's the good news, not strengthening anymore. It's going to be weakening some as it does go across this area. Meteorologist Casey Cloud back here in the Weather Center at the bottom of the hour, tracking Fred here, making landfall there about an hour and 15 minutes ago toward part of the Florida Panhandle, toward Gulf County with that official landfall a little bit earlier than we were thinking here, but that can help the storm kind of reduce in strength a little bit as we look ahead. And one thing that's kind of interesting, now the winds have been more on the eastern side, but the convection, the rain, the flat footing potential has been more on the western side, placing a more outside of our viewing area. So kind of interesting to see it line up like that here. Indeed, as we're watching the situation very carefully, you can kind of see here our center kind of in here. We're kind of trying to point that out for you the best we can in that general area there around Gulf County, and then some of that worst of the wind there toward the east. Let me go ahead and switch this on over here toward our viewpoint here, our GR level 3 computer. And by the way, while we're on about 4:30 right now, of course, we would normally be doing our regular update. I do want to kind of give you a little scheduling note. Now, we're watching other systems in the tropics, and we're watching the overall weather pattern. And if there's any severe weather warnings tomorrow or Wednesday, we'll be on with a formal update. But we're going to have those days off from formal updates in terms of what we generally do here in that 4 o'clock time frame. Our next formal update will be Thursday here, unless something in terms of active weather pops up when we're breaking in. And we're on, of course, the rest of the day with Fred. Don't get me wrong. And we'll be on even just as long as it takes to keep your friends and your family safe. But just want to give you guys a programming note for tomorrow, for Wednesday. No formal updates here in terms of what we would generally do here, regularly scheduled information. Just if there's anything that warrants, we'll break in on those days. Of course, today we're in long form coverage. And then on Thursday, we'll be doing a regularly scheduled update around 4 o'clock to give you that weekend forecast. Now, as we're kind of watching here, as we're watching this scenario, we're kind of seeing here the overall situation become one here where this system is moving on in as we get further into the evening hours. We'll be kind of seeing how this situation does deteriorate even further towards Seminole County. I mean, gusts to 24 there, but we're expecting maybe gusts as high as about 60 miles an hour, 60 miles an hour there towards Seminole County later on. So you kind of see some of these stronger winds. They're generally going to translate kind of like this, maybe even to Gadsden and Decatur a little bit here toward Bainbridge. So that's something to watch as we look ahead in toward the time frame here. Excuse me, as we continue to watch this scenario. So even though we're not seeing necessarily as much concentrated rainfall on the eastern side as we're seeing on the western and even the northern side to an extent, we're starting to see that kind of maybe up a little bit better. I'll batten this up a little. You can kind of see maybe how things are becoming a little more concentrated there. As we get inland sometimes, you can kind of get the storm, the same structure just a little bit. So that's something to kind of keep in mind here as well. But we're seeing these stronger winds. I mean, 67 is really impressive here. And then you see Apalachicola. As you see here, you have to see Wilma going to be getting in even stronger winds there. You see some of this aloft, but I think the strongest winds, as we were talking about earlier, are translating right here east of the center, and some of this accent right there. I kind of pointed out for you in Apalachicola. With that reading kind of going on up here a little bit as well. So again, just watching things, checking things. There's not a lot of new information really. There's a lot of gusts that have been pretty high. I'll pop these back up. I mean, these are pretty significant gusts toward Franklin. I mean, going to be knocking out some more power, I suspect. I haven't checked in a few minutes, but I suspect the number there will be going up. 1,857 last check, and now, we're seeing this go on up some. 2,986 customers and now over 20,000 customers in the state. So the power outage threat probably going to be a little bit higher than what we ended up seeing with Elsa, just based on where it ended up hidden there and ended up not becoming a hurricane again as we thought it could, or staying a hurricane there. That was the forecast there back last month. So again, seeing this, some of this is out of our area though, which is good. Obviously, that was more of a situation where it was all in our area, but this is on the edge of the area. We cover out toward Franklin and Liberty. We don't cover Gulf or areas there, maybe as we're looking toward Calhoun County or Jackson. But again, you see in Franklin County about 3,000 customers in the dark. Now, Liberty and Gadsden don't really get tracked here, but Leon does, and you can kind of see as we go over there, 6,058 customers in the dark right now. So that's a pretty good number, but not extreme. This is nothing like what we saw in Hermine when people are just losing power left and right. But it's still pretty significant, and I mean, we could be seeing some outages last even as we look ahead into the overnight hours as well, maybe even into tomorrow, depending on how much of them we get in terms of that density of the outages. So something to watch. If this is moving like at 20 miles an hour, I'd be a lot more concerned for Tallahassee because we'd be seeing a situation where it'd be stronger moving in there. But still, I mean, we could be seeing a decent amount of outages there based on all the trees we have. So charge those devices. We cannot really predict this storm that good, to be honest. I mean, this has been a storm that's been so finicky as I've been talking about. So I don't really know exactly what's going to happen. We're doing the best we can for everything we have, all of the tools, and done a good enough job, but not perfect, of course. And as we watch toward Tallahassee, you can see these numbers will be going up, I think, to some extent. I mean, we can't guarantee how many of you are going to be without power because that comes down to micro-scale impacts, like trees falling on power lines. It depends on maybe if it's a certain tree, if there's an issue with a tree or something like that. So it kind of depends on what's happening in your neighborhood. So just want to kind of make sure you guys understand it. It's not a situation where we can just say everybody can be without power or just a few. I mean, we could end up seeing this number jump here to 20 to 30,000 customers, as I say, in Leon County without power. I don't think that's out of the question based on that wind there at the coast. It just depends on exactly where that wind hits, how much wind there still is once you get further inland, and what exactly does that wind impact. So I know it's a little confusing there, but we're doing the best we can with this situation. We were tracking Fred for a while, then it kind of fell apart, became a tropical wave. This literally was just a tropical wave yesterday morning, as classified there by the National Hurricane Center. But seeing a situation here as I go ahead and go back on over to a radar view where this became almost a hurricane. Life-threatening black flooding off toward Panama City. They're watching that very carefully. The rain piling up there. You can kind of see some of this here. Not as much in our area necessarily with those rainfall rates. That's why we don't have a flash flood warning further off toward the east. But we're going to keep watching here. We're going to be keeping on tracking things. You see a little rotation south of McCulloch County, but we still haven't had any tornado warnings, which is always a good thing. But we'll be on guard for those. Not a lot on the east side, but with some more maybe drier air on the east side, we could see a little bit of instability in here. If this was earlier today, I'd be a little more concerned maybe, but it's going to be hard to get too much instability to form on the east side. But could get a little bit. We'll see how the friction impacts things. You never know. Tornado watch to 8 o'clock. Again, a situation we're watching, tropical storm warning in play. Got to be careful. Conditions are going to deteriorate even further around Tallahassee here. Gust to 27 recently there, and I think gusts to about 45 miles an hour are possible in that vicinity. So, again, we've seen gusts as high as 73 miles an hour in Franklin County, but other coastal areas, nothing like that, really, from what we've seen. Not seeing those type of gusts in our viewing area anyway, but the Weather Service talking about that flood potential in Northern Bay. A lot of that area impassable now due to flooding. A recent burst of lightning there. Kind of seeing some of that as an indicator, impressive indicator in a tropical environment of some high rainfall rates. So we got to be really careful there. Slow move. We're going to cause some big time flooding issues there toward the west. So stay tuned. We're back at the top of the hour around 5 unless we need to come back on earlier. If there's something in terms of that track that comes out here soon that's really pertinent, we'll let you know. But you should see that change here a little bit where that center will be on your screen. And you'll kind of see how things are setting on up with that here as we continue to monitor this weather situation. Again, monitoring our tropical storm. Let me go ahead and put this into motion a little bit. If you're just kind of wondering what's happening here, you can kind of see how things have progressed here today. With our center, you can definitely see how that's moved in now. Earlier it was a little harder to tell, but obviously now all the way pretty much in there in toward Gulf County, as you see how things are ongoing there toward the south and moving up toward the north. We'll just watch some of this banding here as it does kind of lift. I mean, the easterly component could be something to watch. How far east does that component go? Or if this goes maybe due north, we're talking more here as I'm kind of trying to do my best here to look at where we're talking. Maybe we're Liberty Gadsden, which is still vulnerable because of what happened with Michael. That could be the difference between those areas here, or maybe closer toward Leon and McCullough with some of that core of the winds. It seems like that core of the winds in a small area there on the eastern side. So we're watching Fred, nothing like Michael, but still impacting those micro vulnerable areas. The worst impact they've had from a tropical system here since then. I mean, it's not like you even get tropical storms here to make landfall that are pretty strong like this every day. So it's still a pretty big deal for these folks. I'm going to keep you covered. So Augusta looked like in that 30 range toward Tallahassee earlier. Again, can't ride Augusta about 45 or so miles an hour toward Tallahassee. We're watching all the different numbers here. And we'll just have to see if things go a little bit further east of what we're tracking right now. Again, it seems like more of the worst of the wind is going to be toward Liberty County in the future, though, progressing from Franklin, which is obviously a good thing because that's a rural area compared to Leon and even Gadsden here as well. So we'll keep you updated. We'll go ahead and move back on over here toward that radar mode and be back at 5 again. If something's really pressing with that update from the Hurricane Center, will break in. Not really expecting anything to be too pressing now, so we'll have that full report at 5, but you can see that track on your screen as that updates here. We'll be monitoring that. And again, monitoring for any tornado warnings that could arise. But we'll see how this may, these little dots here might kind of shift over just a little bit here as we do track this storm here in the grand scheme of things. Thanks so much for tuning in. Be back at 5 with more weather information. Meteorologist Casey Cloud back here in the Weather Center with the latest on our tropical situation. We do have a tornado watch still on at 8 o'clock in our system. If you're just kind of getting home from work or school, something like that, the tropical storm did make landfall here earlier out toward the west. As we look out toward the west there, in toward parts of the Florida Panhandle, you can kind of see here our center kind of getting further on in, and there is now a flash flood warning in play for parts of Liberty County in our area. That just got issued here a few minutes ago, and that's going to be in play till about 10:45 for the Eastern Time Zone areas, 9:45 for those off in the Central Time Zone. So kind of giving you guys an idea of what's going on. We're also watching something else here. The Weather Service in Jackson, we're watching a circulation here in the Suwannee County near New Bern. You can kind of see a little bit of weak rotation here. So let me go ahead. Maybe not as tight as it was, but there is a threat of a strong thunderstorm in that area that is considered a significant weather advisory until 5:30. So I have another mode of the Doppler I can pull up. So let's go ahead. As we also see a strong thunderstorm in Madison, that kind of helps me switch between different modes here of things. It's kind of helpful in these scenarios. So let's go ahead now and go to the Moody radar site, because this will kind of show us a little bit better what's going on here. So you can see a hook on this, and you'll be able to see the hook as well here maybe in just a moment, as I see a gust to about 51 knots in Panama City Beach here on a site there a moment ago. So pretty strong winds even over there. We've seen a pretty good structure even on the west side of this storm. I know this is not a hurricane like Hermine was, but it kind of reminds me of Hermine in terms of that western side being a pretty structurally sound side of the storm. So again, I'm just going to go ahead and zoom on in right now, though. Circulation not all that tight here, luckily, in Suwannee County. That's good news, but there is some circulation here as we're looking west of Live Oak, for instance. So something to watch here, at least. And then that hook, you'll be able to see that here within the reflectivity mode of the Doppler radar. You'll be able to get an idea of what is going on here in the grand scheme of things. You can kind of see that little kidney being safe on the storm. It's not really that impressive, though, and that's the good news, but you can sometimes get these to tighten up on the periphery since we have the energy kind of mixing with enough wind shear out there. Maybe we're not seeing as much energy out toward the west, and that's kind of a limiting factor here, as we're not seeing any tornado warnings here today. Definitely unusual with a landfall tropical storm, especially one in August that's this strong. But this things can be kind of strange sometimes here in this setup. So again, you just never know what can happen. All tropical systems are different. You can see that as we go over to the Tallahassee radar. We're also watching some rotation here as we look toward areas off of McCulloch County. I have to watch to see if this kind of spins up. You can kind of see a little bit of a hook there. Some weak rotation, some wind enhancement, though, kind of a story there. And even further off as well, we'll just have to see if the instability holds together enough here for areas further on in, or to just kind of depend on how things end up setting on up. So again, I'm going to zoom back out now. You see the wind really, I know the Weather Service in Tallahassee was highlighting this. Wind really picking up maybe around Bunchtown there, Bunchtown Highway, that general area. So as we're looking off toward the west. So let's go ahead and come back on camera now. Again, we're watching the storm in Suwannee County. Nothing really extreme. No tornado watch further east, but the tornado watch did get expanded a little as we're watching some of this action on the periphery. Expanded there further off in coverage, but not in time. The time still is 8 o'clock for the expiration. As you see here with the storminess, you can see that center here around Weewahitska right now. Maybe just to the south where they have it plotted on the map. Kind of interesting to see when it looks like it's one spot on radar. It's actually going to be plotted at another spot based on the pressure there. But that's from about right before 5 o'clock. So at this point, it probably has moved to north-northeast a few miles. So that's something to kind of bear in mind. But you can see around Tallahassee, some rain, going to get some nastier weather for the evening commute. Some people had to go in today. I know public schools were out there, but still some people having to go on in, even with the tropical storm warning in effect. So I just have to kind of bear in mind it's pretty nasty out there as we're headed out and about, maybe as winds now at about 35 miles an hour. So as we look on over to our other mode of the Doppler radar, you can see here toward Tallahassee, the latest gust there. Now, gust toward the coast here. Look down here, not as high, it doesn't look like. Only 35 up Apalachicola, so maybe starting to move into more of a calmer scenario as winds on the other side up to 58, as we talked about there, with 51 knots measurement there in the Panama City Beach area a few minutes ago. So getting some interesting readings here, different sides kind of mixing on down. And I think that means Tallahassee's going to miss out on the worst, but that didn't mean a spin-off tornado couldn't occur in that area or something to get those winds down to the ground about 45 miles an hour. So as we've talked about here during the covers today. So again, still watching things. You can kind of see though the core maybe more again off here toward the west. You kind of see here eastern side got a watch, and then the northern side here as well wrapping around maybe a little bit more. As you can see on that western side, actually, as you get toward the coast there, the way this is structured, the coast is in an interesting position because we're seeing things down there maybe pick up some because of where the sensors are at, maybe more than anything, because as that coast there is one that kind of bends on up. I mean, those areas where maybe haven't really seen the worst in some regard here earlier on, as areas toward the east there, further in toward the Gulf, so a little bit further down toward the south, getting the impacts earlier. But as we look toward McCulloch County here, you can see an area of spin maybe trying to develop. We need to watch this. We haven't had a tornado warning yet. I think at some point we'll get some, just based on the nature of things. You always get tornado warnings to tropical setups, and we've had enough rotation out here to maybe warrant something eventually. But really, they haven't been strong enough. Weather Service doing a great job not issuing tornado warnings there that are kind of really marginal in nature here. You don't want to issue them and overissue them, and then people wouldn't take them seriously in that scenario. They're doing a great job kind of just looking and holding out for the stronger circulations, and if there are one strong enough overland or moving right at land, then that is tornado warnings would go out, of course. But tornado watch still in put 8. Haven't had any tornado warnings. We've had that watch all day, but little circulation there off of Wakulla Beach. Again, the circulation off toward the east, seeing some of that off the Tallahassee site, but we were looking better off that Moody radar set a moment ago. A little bit of wind enhancement maybe, or wind shear around areas there near Capiola there, or Captola. I should know how to pronounce some of these areas by now here, but you get the idea. I mean, I went to FSU several years ago, started out there several years ago, but you get the idea here. As we're looking there, I think it's Capitola maybe. So again, just watching these areas here as we look on off toward the west, as we look on off toward Wakulla County as well. We'll just continue to watch here. The wind 55 miles an hour now. The latest gust 51 knots there at the drone runway there in Panama City Beach. So again, watching for that. Let's go back to radar scope now, and then I'll see you an update on the track. I might want to go ahead and pop up our graphics here in a moment, just for the fact that we don't want a tornado warning to kind of catch us off guard here where we have to jump away real quick from what we're talking about with that. But this is some wind enhancement, at least here, as I know Jacksonville office still talking about maybe some strong thunderstorms possible along the I-75 corridor this evening, so be aware of that. Again, watching some wind enhancement here, moving up toward parts of Wakulla County. You can see 58, 70, 80, maybe even in here, aloft. Now, not all of this is reaching the surface, but if some of this reaches the surface and if some of it is in opposing directions, then that could be a tornadic circulation. So just got to be kind of aware of that potential here. We're continuing to monitor that very carefully in the Weather Center. Just trying to keep you abreast of this situation. So let's go ahead now, move away from radar scope. We'll go over toward the graphics. I kind of alluded to this a moment ago. We also have some breaking news. We now have Rate's name storm out there as well. I'll pop that up on the map in a moment, on the graphics in a moment. But again, we're going to go ahead and see the map first for Fred, the 4 o'clock Central Time update. I put this in the system here, and the tropical storm warning was trimmed back a little to include areas there from Okaloosa, Walden, that county line, to the Steinhatchee River now. We're talking about this thread as we're kind of looking on over here. Again, watching this carefully. 60 mile per hour maximum sustained wind. That movement north-northeast at 9 miles an hour. That minimum pressure at 995 millibars. So we've seen that pressure go up just a little bit. Those winds decrease just a little bit here. As we're going to track this system, you can kind of see here 40 miles an hour or so by 2 a.m. tomorrow morning, right on that Alabama-Georgia line. So it'll start to be weakening on down here, weakening to a depressant overnight as we're getting this toward west central Georgia. And then those bands, they'll still be there, but not really robust maybe on the back end. We'll just have to watch, so sometimes overnight things can kind of fill in a tropical setup with that rain. So that flat spot watch still in play. Still watching for that peak of hurricane season coming on up. Well, we have 3 systems now. We just got our 8th named storm. So we have Fred, Grace, and our 8th named storm here as well. So we're just going to continue to watch things very carefully here. I know the 8th named storm can be pronounced some different ways, it looks like. I thought it was Henry, but I've heard some other pronunciations for it. So don't want to get too far into that right now. We're going to focus on Fred and worry about that later. But we do have that out there. Right now, it doesn't look like a threat toward the U.S. early on, but it can't rule it out yet. It's too early in the game. Grace there, it's kind of the same story, maybe more toward Mexico, that threat, but again, can't rule out a Texas-type threat with that either. We're just too early in. We're focusing on Fred, so don't want to dive too much into that. But storm surge threat, this is from earlier, but I looked and it didn't look like it really changed too much here for our local areas here with this graphic. 3 to 5 feet of storm surge still possible from Indian Pass to the Steinhatchee River. And as we move on over here, you'll be able to see 2 to 4 feet of storm surge as we're looking here from that Steinhatchee River. It looks like down toward maybe Yankeetown, that general vicinity. The storm surge warning still there. Remaining in effect. We also have to watch out for beach erosion, the dangerous rip currents, the high surf, in addition to that storm surge / flooding potential. The rainfall forecast here showing that kind of fetch here of the moisture going on up toward Dothan, toward even areas outside of our viewing circle. But you can see some of the rain toward the Big Bend, but not adding up as much, which is good news, obviously. You see, even toward the first coast, not as much here overall, but still some rain in the picture here, a little bit in southeast Florida, but again, the focal point more off toward the west. You can kind of see maybe toward Seminole County, maybe toward areas there like Quitman County and southwestern Georgia as well. So we're just going to watch for that. And in Tallahassee, that was true tonight. That's still possible to 45. The rainfall 3 to 5 inches. I said 7-inch total is possible, and that tornado threat's still there. So stay alert. Leon County schools were closed today with the worst winds east of the center, some of the worst rains though west of the center, but isolated power outage threat still remains. We've seen that today, and that flash flooding potential still possible. We'll just have to see if things kind of fill back in toward Tallahassee, if it's more about the wind here. We're just kind of be monitoring the different radar trends here for you in the weather center. Let's go ahead now, move away from this, and we'll pop on up a viewpoint here if we can. I do have some other views. I know we lose frames from time to time, so I apologize for that. But we have so many things going on here as we go between different modes here of our system. So let's go ahead and see where do we want to go now. We want to go to the weather stem camera. So let me go ahead and pop on up the FSU weather stem camera in Tallahassee. We were just talking about what was potentially going to occur, or is occurring there right now. And you can see those dark skies there. Crazy scenario as we're getting things going for that new school year, a week away from those first classes starting in the fall semester. But today is the first day for the new FSU president. A crazy way to start things off with a storm impacting that area and impacting the Big Bend region. So we're just going to go ahead and keep our eyes on this camera here. Of course, we had Bobby Biden's funeral on Saturday morning. His lot still toward that region as well, and all over the country. As we go ahead, and I think I want to go ahead and pop up our logo for WeatherStem just to kind of emphasize what we're showing you right now. And then let's go on over to St. George Island Bridge camera now. You'll be able to see what's happening there. And we've had some of our highest gusts there. I know we're a little elevated maybe, but not seeing that friction to slow the winds down. And that can be problematic at times. You know, that's something similar to what happens in the Keys sometimes there. And then as we get over toward the St. Mark's lighthouse camera, we'll pop that up now. You'll be able to get an idea on what is happening as we look further on off there in the picture. You see some of the darker clouds. I'll kind of step over a little bit. You see some of these low-hanging clouds, in fact. And I'll kind of show you a different look here off toward the right side of the screen, as you maybe even see some of this rain in the region there, kind of reaching down toward the surface. So we're just continuing to look at all those different vantage points on our tropical storm. Again, a tropical storm warning remaining in effect. We didn't ever have a hurricane warning, but this storm sure tried to get to hurricane strength at one point earlier today. It looked like it could really get there. Just luckily didn't have enough time to do so. Kind of ran out of that time here as it was approaching the coast, as it was approaching the region there, coming across a little early, maybe earlier than what we were anticipating. So that was some good news, obviously, but not enough in that strengthening time frame. But we're watching things maybe feeling a little toward Tallahassee, so this could be something that could be problematic. And in that wind enhancement, they're a little bit stronger toward Wakulla Beach, so we'll watch that. We'll continue to monitor that. Looking toward I-10, seeing a little signature in Gadsden County here as well, try to develop. So just watching here, not over yet. This thread, I know we're going between our different radars, so just bear with me. We'll make this full again, but you get the idea. As we're watching things, so many things going on. It seems like the core of the wind's more just off toward Liberty, where that flash flood warning's in play, where they've seen quite a bit of rain. Even in the last hour, you see parts of Liberty upward to 2 or so inches, and further off, though, the really heavy rain, 3 inches maybe in just an hour toward parts of Bay and Calhoun outside of our area. So definitely feeling that impact here. You can see that wind really good on the radar scope computer, so definitely could be losing some power out there, as we have to always worry about some of those infrastructure issues because of what happened with Michael a few years ago as well. I don't really like seeing some of the stronger wind, and we were going with 60 on that wind towards Seminole County, and that could be something that comes to fruition later on as this kind of gets into a little more populated part of our area here as we're tracking even to Decatur County maybe as well. So I just gonna have to kind of watch out for that here with our storm system, monitoring the very latest. We're gonna go ahead and check out power outages again, I think. Let me go ahead and punch that back up. We'll go over there. Looks like power outage numbers pretty steady. Maybe went up just a little bit with the latest information. You can see here toward Franklin County, 4,026 customers. Gulf, about 1,161 customers. Liberty is on the right track. Neither is Gadsden. Wakulla, though, 175. Leon's kind of improved some for now. That could go back up a little later, though, as you see some of the outages more off toward the west, as we did get a report of Augusta, 57 miles an hour recently toward Bay County. So as we look toward Gulf, over 1,000. Bay County, almost 8,000. Populated area right on the coast there, and the damage from Michael, that kind of adds to some issues there toward that region. So vulnerable, the worst hit they've had since Michael. Nothing like Michael again, but still they're vulnerable, and they're getting some of an impact there today. As we're watching things, we're also watching things outside toward the Stark area where I'm at. Again, nothing too significant here. Winds have gusted. It looks like the highest gust we've had today, 17, so maybe a little higher. And we've had gusts even a little higher toward the first coast than maybe what we had on our forecast there yesterday. But that's because the peripheral acts and kind of your enhanced severe, I guess, characteristics. I don't want to call it severe weather, but enhanced storm weather that you get this time of year with that afternoon storminess, a little bit a different type of situation with some of the parameters that are already there for that coming into play with this and kind of causing a few things. But we haven't had any tornado warnings, and that's good, obviously. That could change, and we're going to be watching that. But let's take a look outside towards dark. I know I kind of alluded to this, and we'll kind of pop this on up, and you see some of the darker skies as we're looking off toward the west a little from this dark area. So we're watching this camera, watching all the weather stem cameras off toward the west as well, and we'll be back at 5:30 unless we need to be back on earlier with more pertinent weather information. So you're watching some of these numbers, gust to 35 recently, Tallahassee Airport, watching the storm, the heaviest rainfall rates more off toward the west. As this storm does continue to track across parts of the area, we're going to keep you safe and informed. So the Tornado Watch and Plato 8, we're going to keep you up to date. Meteorologist Casey Cloud back here in the Weather Center at 5:30, watching the situation carefully. You can see here our tropical storm getting a little bit further inland, inland, I guess you could say, trying to combine the words. We've been going all afternoon since about 2 o'clock and now into those evening hours as well. But let's go ahead and kind of say you what's happening here over toward our DR level 3 computer. You can kind of see what's showing up within the Doppler radar algorithms. The velocity showing some pretty high winds here. Some of these just west of our area, but these kind of extending toward Liberty County as well. And we do have some areas of rotation to watch, at least weak rotation north of Crawfordville. So here toward Monticello, parts of Jefferson County here as well. Northern Leon County. So we're just going to kind of watch some of these different areas here. Watching areas like this one, we'll just be kind of monitoring the situation very carefully. These rainfall rates are really high off toward the west here, toward especially Calhoun and Bay, Jackson, Washington, but even a little bit in Liberty as well. We'll watch for that. I know school's already being closed now for Bay County tomorrow as well, based on everything that's been happening with this storm system. Already seeing some closures toward our region too. Parts of the Big Bend there, Southwest Georgia, seeing some counties go ahead and close again. Just not sure what's going to happen in terms of that cleanup process here, what damage could be still left behind. Of course, Bay County more concerned from what happened with Michael and just seeing maybe some of those vulnerabilities that weren't solved, maybe kind of creeping on up, I guess you could say, and just being problematic for folks. So again, watching here toward Tallahassee. We're going to have to see if we get a tornado signature. We'll be watching for this, our storm, and that's actually something there. Let's go ahead and zoom on in. That's closer. I was thinking about taking a break here. Maybe just come back at 6, of course, unless we had a warning, but I might stick with this for a frame or two because that looks like that might be something that's trying to develop. So if nothing else, we can go ahead and give you a heads up on if a tornado warning gets issued. This is near State Highway 267. A spin trying to occur there, maybe trying to reach the surface there in parts of, it looks like, McCulloch County. You're not going to see much in terms of debris detection because of where we're at, though. Can't guarantee that's something, but it just seems like it's sticking out a little bit more based on the radar echoes. We'll watch it. I'm not going to stick with that, actually, because it's hard to say since there's just these other areas of spinning here as well. Haven't seen anything in the weather service yet, but of course, if something happens, we'll be back in a moment's notice, just giving you a heads up there. As our storm system is more off here toward the west, but again, parts of our area being impacted, seeing those gusts there as high as 73 miles an hour over Franklin County earlier. So that's definitely been problematic, knocking out some power. Seeing that flood potential, the tropical storm warning still in play here for that wind potential, and the tornado watch in play at 8 o'clock as well. As necessary, we'll be back on here before 6, but otherwise we'll see at 6 or more, kind of a full report on this, of course, unless we're in tornado warning mode, and I'll be doing more with that. We see some of the stronger wind reports now more off toward the west, toward Panama City, just based on where the sensors are and based on where some of the worst of our tropical storm Fred is at. Meteorologist Casey Cloud back here in the Weather Center at the top of the hour, still watching Fred, getting that latest information. And on the storm, we just got a gust there at the Tallahassee International Airport to 46 miles an hour. That's the highest one we've seen there. Our forecast for about 45-mile-an-hour peak gust, and that's about what we're seeing. I don't know if we'll get gusts much higher than this, maybe 50. I don't think you can rule something like that out. Maybe at one of the weather stem sites, even something like that here. So we'll be watching, but nothing extreme. They have decided to open the schools there tomorrow in Leon County. In fact, let's go ahead and pop this graphic up. I know we covered a Stark area, but we also cover areas off to the west, and that's why I've been doing all this coverage here. So if you're kind of wondering, over towards Stark, we're pretty good. Not too big of an impact whatsoever from Fred. Not really expecting that here over the last few days, as we've talked about here. The impact was going to be off toward the west, and that has been the storyline. As we go ahead now and go on over toward the big picture, I do have that kind of popped on up here in our graphics mode right now, and you can see here through tonight the worst of the conditions here for Leon County. Again, a gust about 45, give or take. This one's 25, 35, 3 to 5 inches of rain. I say 7-inch totals possible, and then a tornado can't be ruled out either. Haven't seen that really materialize, that threat yet, but just make sure you have those ways to get those alerts. Leon County schools, again, as I was just leading off with, they are going to be open tomorrow. They have made that decision. The neighboring school districts, varying decisions being made, but we have seen the worst of the winds east of the center here, and that isolated power outage threat does remain, and also some flash flooding is possible too. Let's go ahead and go back on over now toward our other mode here. You can see the Doppler watching some of this fanning, but really seeing some of the worst of this storm as we get further on off toward the west here. I know a gust of 46 recently as we check the chat session there toward Mariana. So again, just gonna kind of go ahead and continue to watch out there, as you do see here some of our different readings here in terms of some of the different reports where there's gusts a little bit higher. You see the one just popping up there. Pretty nice little organized area here, as you see the gust earlier down toward the Panama City FSU campus to 67 miles an hour. Seeing a little more impact down there. You kind of see some of the heaviest rain here more in parts of northern Bay County at this point, over toward Chipley there as we get up further in toward the Florida Panhandle as well. So just kind of watching that, watching the flash flood warning that remains in effect here at 10:45 Eastern time tonight for parts of Liberty County, but really the worst of the rain focused off to the west here. As we look at rainfall rates over the last hour, we have seen them pick up some toward Tallahassee, close to 1 inch in an hour. And then over the last 12 hours, you see our numbers here upwards maybe of 2 inches, give or take. But then down to McCulloch County, maybe 4 or 5 inches. Franklin County, some spots closer to 7 inches of rain. And then over toward Bay County, a lot of this falling pretty quick here. Some of these areas really hit hard by Michael. We're talking about 8+ inches of rain here in a relatively short period of time. And some of that's now translating up 3 inches in just an hour or so west of Youngstown. So that's something they're having to deal with indeed as we're looking out that way. And even in Youngstown here, just to get outside of our area, seeing those rainfall amounts of about 2 inches in an hour. So I just gonna have to be kind of cognizant of that here as we're looking at some of our different sources. You can see here the tornado watch and play that remains in effect at least for another couple hours. We'll see what they do with that, because we haven't had any tornado warnings. We have had some spin though from time to time, so we'll just see what the Storm Prediction Center there in Norman does in consultation with the Tallahassee office and maybe any other neighboring offices that'll need to have a say. But you see the energy more off toward the east here, and the tornado parameters not exactly combining, and those haven't been extreme. These haven't been higher numbers for that. So that's the reasoning behind not really seeing anything spin up enough to warrant a tornado warning today. Still can't rule that out though. Still wouldn't be surprised to see some tornado warnings. Still got to have those ways to get those alerts here. And then as you look, you see again the scattered acts somewhere toward Tallahassee, but again, concentrated heavy rain and a lot of lightning there off to the west. This will be more just west of our area probably. It could clip Seminole County or some of our other counties there around Early County, maybe later on in southwestern Georgia, depending on the exact movement of this storm. But even then, I mean, the center is down there from earlier, and you kind of drag that off just to the west of the center maybe, and then that puts it more just in north southeastern Alabama with the heavier rain. But again, some of the heaviest wind has been in Franklin County today. Seeing some of that kind of spread out of this storm has a shore here. It's been a shore for a few hours now. Made landfall a little earlier than we were anticipating, about 3:15 this afternoon on Cape Sandblast. If you guys maybe weren't following along, just coming back from work or school or something of that nature here, That landfall did occur. Max sustained was at 65, down to 60 in that latest update from the Hurricane Center. I'll go ahead and pop that on up right now, and you get an idea of what's going on there from that standpoint. As we kind of see what's happening, you see here maybe 40-mile-an-hour winds by 2 a.m. on that Georgia-Alabama line there, closer maybe toward Blakely at that point. You see the winds there going to be coming on down in toward that later on time frame there. You see that wind field, that'll be something that we kind of watch and spread out, but then ultimately kind of fall apart as well. The pressure already starting to go up a little here, kind of pointing that out if you can see where my hand is. 995 millibars there, what that pressure is. As the last update, going to keep going up some with that 994 at landfall, which is 5 millibars lower, meaning the stronger system than Alpha. Wind's about the same, but we saw a little more concentrated wind action. It seemed more sites there, but still seeming like we had a little more of that wind reaching the surface versus Elsa, though this was a pretty rural area too, like where Elsa hit back last month. So again, though, not seeing the impacts in the same spots, or even similar spots really to what we saw with Elsa. Elsa, of course, making landfall toward the Big Bend there, around Steinhatchee, give or take. This making landfall there, again, toward Gulf County. Technically, that's outside of our area, but the worst of the weather really in Franklin County, it seems, and we've seen some of the higher wind reports out of that area. So I'll go ahead and pop up the radar once again. Watching that viewpoint of it, we also have our other viewpoint here of the Doppler radar technology. You can kind of see here some of our different readings. I'll pop up our radar off toward the west here, give you a little bit different perspective since we've been kind of using the one mode. Maybe show you some of the action here, just how heavy these rainfall amounts are, and even the wind pretty strong here, showing up aloft in Mariana, in that area in Jackson County. So these winds pretty strong here to lightning, Washington County, Bay County. I don't always see that in tropical system. It was pointed out earlier that that's really an indication of some of the punch that this is offering here. Getting those cloud tops to be pretty nasty there, pretty cold type of cloud tops here. So that's something you have to be kind of caring about there and kind of focusing on in terms of that. So that's indicative of some of the stronger storms there in the picture. So again, I see more of that storm development. But as we go ahead now, we'll continue to watch this mode of the Doppler. Let's go back on over to an overview of the situation right now. We'll probably take a break here in the coverage pretty soon, but we're continuing to watch things. I know we were watching some areas of rotation earlier on, so that's something we'll be continuing to watch here with that tornado watch in play. The tropical storm warning that's on play. Again, there's gusts here, something to monitor, and we also have the flash flood watch that's coming to fruition with the flash flood warnings, even a life-threatening situation maybe off toward the west there, and something to kind of keep an eye on. I know this is on the Tallahassee radar, but we'll kind of pop it up. There are some storms in Marion County that you can kind of see right on the edge of things here. So I'll move this over even a little more. This is just on the periphery. Maybe some wind enhancement there to watch. The statement says gusts to about 40 or a little bit higher in that vicinity. But as we look over the tropical storm warning here toward the west, you do see some areas here that would maybe lend themselves to weak or even it's pretty tight rotation there, northeastern Leon County. So it wasn't really matching up maybe some of this rotation earlier, but now it seems like it might be. So this is some of the tightest rotation we've seen all day. We're seeing that near Muskogee there in northeastern Leon County. Not maybe quite enough for a tornado warning, but it's close. It looked like I've been pretty tight here. I'll kind of move this over real quick. We'll just watch. They haven't said anything in the chat, so maybe not quite seeing that down there. You can kind of loop that and see what I'm talking about with this here over the last little bit. You kind of watch that motion here, some of the rotational areas in the situation. Again, maybe not quite enough. Seeing some rotation off of Taylor County as well, but maybe kind of seeing that stay on off for now. But the higher winds more concentrated to the west, but still seeing those gusts. As we talked about, winds to about 46 or so measured in Tallahassee. Gust to 49 now recently in Mariana. That is coming in. Gust a little bit lower in southwest Georgia, but some of this wind here going to be moving closer towards Seminole County over the next little bit. So something to kind of watch for around Donaldsonville, for instance. So we're going to be keeping tabs on that, keeping tabs on these areas of rotation, and be back as necessary before 6:30 if that is required for any tornado warnings. Otherwise, we'll see you here at 6:30 as we watch Tropical Storm Fred move a little further inland. We're seeing that center there as we get closer toward Calhoun County. At this point, it looks like seeing that kind of move across the areas just maybe west of our viewing circle or right on the edge, but We're seeing some of the worst of the impacts here in terms of the wind on the east side of the storm. Some of it wrapping around on the west side of the storm with heavier downpours, and on the northern side, and then we're getting some of the stronger wind down to the surface in that as well. See you back at 6:30. Meteorologist Casey Cloud back here in the Weather Center at the bottom of the hour, continuing to watch Fred, looking at some of our different maps here. Let's go ahead and switch you on over to another vantage point that we have as we're going between some different things. I know another flat spot warning this here just outside of our viewing area at the worst of the rain. The highest rainfall rates fall a little bit further off toward the west here with our storm system with Fred. So Tropical Storm Fred there, that center just westerly of our viewing area. It looks like maybe out there west of Liberty County, for instance. You see Mariana getting some stronger winds here in the last little bit. So definitely watching that. Some winds here and rain toward areas there around Chipley. For instance, they're getting some of the worst with some lightning even mixing in, which is always kind of spooky there in terms of seeing that with a tropical system. So you see off toward the east, not as much concentrated rain, but we see some dry air and some wind kind of mixing in, and occasionally we could see a tornado threat on the eastern side here. Haven't had any tornado warnings today, but the tornado parameters are there to some extent on that eastern side, and a little bit of energy, but again, those parameters aren't up enough really to be getting widespread tornado warnings to be issued, or mini tornado warnings to be issued, but there definitely could be an isolated spin up one. We're in the Weather Center watching for that threat. Again, though, the wind threat, the rain threat seems to be our bigger concern here. Let's go on over. I do have our other map pulled on up with these rainfall estimates here as we're looking over the last hour or so. We're looking at the Tallahassee radar for this, so not going to be the best perspective, but I think it tells the story, maybe 3-4 inches in just an hour there north of Panama City. Some areas that were hit very hard by Michael, or areas really right on the edge of where they were hit hard. I know toward Lynn Haven, for instance, they were just devastated there. And you can just see here, just to the north, maybe 4 inches in an hour. So that's not what you want to see there. Gust of 57. And you see some weaker gusts here toward the east of Tallahassee at a gust of 46 there earlier on. So something to be watching for sure. In the overall grand scheme. I know people asking in the chat, have there been any spin-ups or tornado warnings? And there have not been any tornado warnings. I don't think we've had any spin-ups, but we're watching some weak areas of rotation here. An area in Taylor County, a candidate possibly for one, and then an area there as we get toward Grady County as well. They're weak, they're subtle, but they're there, so something to watch for here in the Weather Center. You can see some of this banding still as we're looking toward Gulf and toward Calhoun counties here with our storm system, with our center, and some of that wind trying to reach down to the surface. So we're just going to be watching for that. You see toward north central Florida, we're on the edge of the radar, but haven't really got much rain in some spots, a lot of spots. I know where I'm at, we haven't had any measurable rain towards Stark, so that's kind of interesting. But we are watching some of the stronger wind that might try to reach down toward Quincy. Down toward the surface I'm talking, we're just waiting to see there. Chattahoochee, maybe some of that stronger wind. See a gust of 50 in Mariana recently now popping on in our system. That's just from a few minutes ago, at 27 past the hour. So I know some of the stronger gusts are being tweeted out there automatically at Cloud_WX on Twitter. We're trying to give those to you as quick as we can as well, though. Some of the ones that are stronger, at least based on them coming from an actual sensor there that's really used by the Weather Service frequently, like an airport, something like that. But we're watching things carefully. I do have some other maps to get to that we haven't got to here too much today. So we're going to do this here. We're going to kind of transition over. I know this is a map we'll use from time to time, or I guess I should say just a graph here. I mean, we're using it off a map as well, but it'll take me just a second to pull this up. But there's going to be some storm surge information here, so this can be kind of helpful in this situation. So let's go ahead and go over here right now, and you can see here with our graph we had some storm surge kind of seeing higher values even there in play, 3 feet, something like that there observed earlier, but we're starting to be in a downtrend now. So I'll go ahead and move the mouse out of the way and kind of point this out. I know it's kind of small, so it might be a little bit harder to see. Let me see if I can make this a little bit bigger for everybody at home. Try to just blow that up for you just a bit as we go ahead and pull that back on the screen there, so you can kind of see what's happening. Maybe falling down just a little, but still seeing some minor flooding there at Apalachicola. That's what we're looking at here with this. They're not really seeing any others. You kind of saw a glance at this a moment ago. We don't really have any other things we can go to in a close spot. We do have Cedar Key. I'll pull that up just to kind of watch that, see how maybe that's changing a little bit You can see there maybe a little bit of a rise again, depending on that wind direction, but nothing too significant for those folks. So maybe not quite as bad as we were thinking. There were some spots, but I probably, as I was saying, we don't have centered necessarily in some of the worst of the potential impact area. And I've seen pictures, videos of some of that water coming on shore there. I think Indian Pass might have been one of the locations. Not 100% sure on that. So just kind of keeping that in mind, though, with that wind as it was kind of going on in, and we're seeing that direction kind of shift a little bit as we're looking at this coastal inundation dashboard. So kind of trying to help you out there from this perspective. I know the highest gusts we've seen today, a couple of them toward Franklin County at 73 miles an hour. We're still seeing some pretty high gusts here. But in terms of Franklin County, I know that storm surge also kind of showing up on some cameras there. You kind of see the water level rising some. It's a little harder to see, but you can at least kind of get an idea of what's going on now there in toward that region, giving that visual looking outside there with that rain on the camera lens, indicative of that wind that was blowing. I mean, a gust of 73 is pretty significant. We have seen power outages in the storyline for them in that storyline. So just checking the information here right now. I'm going to go ahead and check our power outage information here to get that up to date on our screen as we go ahead and switch sources right now. We'll move away here from that camera there in Franklin County, and we'll go over right now toward our power outage website so you guys will get an idea of what is going on here. And you can see that we do have 32,858 customers tracked out of power here in toward areas of the Florida Panhandle, but we actually have a few more. You'll see on another graph, not showing up in this system, but this is powerout.us. You can see Franklin County, 3,683 customers. That's about a third out there where we've seen some of the worst of the storm. McCulloch County, 829, but there's a few more, which I'll see in a moment. Leon, 3,288. As we get off toward the Panama City television market, about 2,000 customers out in Gulf County, 3,386 out in Calhoun. Almost the entire county is showing up as in the dark right now. Jackson County almost 2,000, Washington County over 1,000, Bay County, Panama City almost 14,000. And some of that has to do with just the infrastructure issues after Michael still. I mean, this storm did produce some pretty strong winds there, but still with some of that after effect in play there from Michael, some of that aftermath. There's just little things that haven't quite been fixed. I mean, trying real hard, of course, but just there's things that are still going to cause issues here, even a few years after a storm like that. It's just so destructive. The Andrew Michael type situation there that we had back in 2018. I know, I mean, those two storms, I mean, honestly, I kind of want to use the word Andrew for it because Andrew still has that reputation years later as one of those storms that, along with Katrina, as you'll always remember, but it seems like Michael just never really got that storyline to carry across the country about just how bad it was. I visited there in December of 2018, and damage there was, unfortunately, remarkable in a very bad way, and there has been a lot of cleanup, but there's still issues there, and they still have problems they have to deal with. So a storm like this can cause some issues to kind of be exacerbated there. So again, let's go ahead and go back on over toward me for a moment. Again, watching the storm system, watching those wind reports, those wind gusts. I know Leon County Schools open tomorrow. Some other schools that are going to be closed around there. I just checked with the local school district. Things change here by the minute with that. Checking there. Also getting reports of the sustained wind action there toward Franklin County that had caused some of those bridges to close in toward that region. So something to kind of be mindful. We've had those closed for a good while now because we're getting those winds. I mean, that's even hurricane force or near there, 73. Do want to kind of clarify that 73, it's the highest gust. We got a couple of them. 74 is actually hurricane force, so literally the highest gust you can get, two of them in Franklin County, without actually getting to hurricane force gusts. But again, seeing that impact, seeing some of those power outages, the storyline there, and still seeing some of that persist now. In fact, I'm going to go ahead and go on over now toward this other map. Now, this is a map from Talquin Electric. These weren't showing up on that poweroutage.us map. But we're going to try to give you an idea of what's going on over here. So just bear with me. I'll go ahead and pull this up in the system. Just trying to refresh it. Excuse me. Trying to see if we have some new information in. So it takes me just a moment because these numbers are changing by the minute, and Gadsden County really not showing up on that map. But this map here should kind of help us out a little bit. You can kind of see what's going on. I don't have it framed exactly right. I haven't really used this on air before, but we're talking about in terms of Gadsden County, 3,000, and I'll move this over a little bit more so you can get an idea. But 3,000, looks like 299 customer power right there. Liberty County 1,271, and in addition to what we just saw, Leon at 643 and 577 in McCulloch County. So that's a total of another almost 6,000 out. So you add that on to what we just had, and then you get up there in that 40,000 range or so. So again, this is Talquin. Additional outage is not reflected on that other screen there. So again, just keeping an eye on some of these different numbers. Close to about 40,000 in the dark, it looks like, in the state of Florida. As we continue to watch, I know it looks like we just got a damage report, and we haven't had too many of these in here actually into our system. And this just came in, so let me go ahead and kind of pop up those icons. This might indicate what happened, but looks like here at 602, 2 miles west of Tallahassee Community College, there was a report of a tree down on a mobile home near White Hill Lane. So always got to be careful there. I know we had a tragedy occur a couple years ago or so when a tree fell on a mobile home, killed a young person there in the Ward Leon County. So you just always have to be cognizant of that threat. Unfortunately, I don't know if there's been any injuries, and say that there has been any type of fatalities in play there, but again, we'll be checking on that. Again, no information regarding that at this point, but again, a tree down on a mobile home near White Hill Lane in Leon County. So seeing some of that wind come down, and you see, I'll pop this up. It did just come up on our other source. Sometimes one source will pop it up before the other. Here you do see that tropical storm icon indicative of that report of a tree down on a mobile home near White Hill Lane in Leon County. So again, we're going to go ahead and zoom back on out a little bit. You see the core of the rain to the west, but still some flash flooding potential, especially as we look more to the north here, maybe in southern Georgia, based on how this is structured. A lot of dry air on areas toward the south, but those gusts have been there toward Tallahassee or toward some of these other spots. And again, a gust of 46 miles an hour earlier, so that was pretty noteworthy, pretty significant there. Some friends acts in the east, but not as concerned about that overall here. We're starting to lose some of that daytime heating that we were trying to get in play. You can see temperatures in the 70s in southern and southwest Georgia, more toward the 80s as we look toward maybe Taylor County there, and Gainesville, St. Augustine as well. Luckily, out toward Taylor County, they haven't really been seeing too much rain considering what happened with the Steinhatchee River about a week and a half ago or so. But we'll still watch because some of this moisture could still try to kind of form along the line here and swing in later. So the threat's not completely over yet. We'll watch. We'll kind of see how things go with that. In fact, I did update the graphics here earlier on. So I'm going to go ahead and say this. This is going to be valid from about 7 o'clock or 8 o'clock tonight to about 8 o'clock on your Wednesday here, and you'll be able to see where that fetch of moisture could be. Maybe some of that moisture trying to still add on up toward Big Bend, but the worst of it off toward areas in southeast Alabama, northwest Florida, really, and then getting off into toward southwest Georgia, toward the Atlanta area, and then up toward the Appalachian Mountains there as well. So you kind of see that. You see a little bit less more toward our market, but still going to watch, still going to have to see some of these impacts, and we'll be here to keep you up to date as we continue through the evening. At some point, might enter a covered, but we're still looking out for flash flood warnings, tornado warnings as well. We're keeping on going right now. That cover zone, we'll see back at 7, unless we need to jump back on earlier. Again, watching the Doppler carefully, watching how things are kind of setting on up in the area, seeing how things are structured. We do have our other systems we're looking at with Grace right now, more maybe of a Mexico threat with a hurricane. You see the one icons there. And then with our H-name storm now, we're seeing maybe a recurvature, but that's not set in stone. As we look at some of our models here, maybe something like that. You see maybe a longer recurvature on one model. We're just kind of seeing some variability there, but watching our storm system that's going to eventually end up near Atlanta with Fred, that we're going to be watching, of course, so as it goes through our area through the evening, seeing those impacts, seeing some damage, seeing again a tree on a mobile home in Leon County near White Hill Lane there, reported about 6 or 2 or so from emergency management. We'll be back about 7 unless we need to break back in with more information sooner, as we're keeping you, your friends, and your family safe and informed. Meteorologist Casey Cloud back here in the Weather Center at the top of the hour, still watching Tropical Storm Fred. As you can see here, we're looking at our home view, per se, of the map, and you see the worst of the rain really just outside of the viewing area toward areas in the western Florida Panhandle, per se, northwestern Florida. We'll go ahead and zoom in there to kind of see that accent a little bit better. In fact, Chipley, Mariana, kind of getting into some of this is something they have to be aware of there. And even Panama City still getting some rain, but the worst is starting to leave them. Luckily, they're starting to really get some pretty bad flash flooding reports in. It looked like there's a video I retweeted a few minutes ago from a Weather Channel field meteorologist. They're showing some roads being blocked, stalled cars near Southport. So really seeing those numbers add on up. Unfortunately, they're vulnerable because of what happened with Michael a few years ago, and now seeing some heavy rain adding on up from Fred. You can see maybe 8 inches or so over the last 12 hours in some of these areas. So that's what this yellow kind of indicates, the lighter yellow colors. So got to be kind of cognizant of that. Now to the east, a little bit less rain, but added some of the stronger wind in Franklin County, knocking out some power there. I mean, when you have the heavier rain coupled with the wind, though, which is pretty strong over Panama City, you're going to see a lot of power outages there as well because of the infrastructure issues, for one, because of Michael, but two, the saturated ground there, maybe causing some of those trees to fall. I know even seeing some of that toward Tallahassee. We had a tree reported down there in toward Leon County a little while ago on a mobile home, so got to be cognizant there. Looks like about 3 inches or so in the last 12 hours. Less pronounced to the north, but we got to watch here, especially right maybe towards Seminole County, Donaldsonville over the next little bit. If some of this kind of tries to push its way on in here, we'll see though, because you can kind of see as we look at the motion, luckily we're seeing some of that more just off maybe toward the north or kind of just spinning back into things. So that'd be good. Reducing those rainfall rates. The one flash flood warning for our area, we're not really seeing anything within that in Liberty County. And even looking back here, the amount's 4 or 5 inches, but that's a pretty rural area, so that can handle it a little bit better. Albeit it did deal with Michael, of course, there too. But got to watch Seminole County a little bit. I know we were kind of concerned that they could get gusts closer to 60, depending on the angle of this track. May not quite get to that, just based on the radar trends here, and that'll be some good news. But as we go on over toward our other mode here of the Doppler radar right now, you can see some of the areas that are getting some pretty gusty winds. In fact, let's go ahead and take off some of this information because I know it can get cluttered up from time to time. So we'll go ahead. I guess I'll go ahead and take off the county lines there as well. Take off the names and get off here our radar sites and even take off the radar here at large. You get the idea. There's a lot of stuff on here, folks. So get off some other information here. Just try to give you guys an easier look at things. So there's some more wind information. Now you do see I got here a little while ago. As I look at the chat, I see Bonifay now, water beginning to cover Highway 79 of Oak directions and adjoining business parking lots there. So seeing that with the flash flood warning there in that vicinity. But as we kind of look here, you see toward Bainbridge, it got to 43 miles an hour recently there. As we get closer toward Donaldsonville, 39 miles an hour, of course, during Michael. Had a tragedy there with the wind picking up, killing a young person in toward that region as well. So just always got to think of what's happened here in the past. And you see, I guess now to 46 miles an hour in Bainbridge, so getting a little bit higher there in Decatur County. So seeing those numbers update for us. Mariana, 48 miles an hour just outside of our area, but the highest gust in our area, 46 in Bainbridge. That's the same peak gust we had toward Tallahassee earlier at 46 miles an hour as well. Now, some of these centers are going to be a little higher up, a little lower. I mean, so that's going to have an influence. The Tallahassee center there, that's elevated at 62 feet. The Bainbridge center there, elevated as we're looking at 141 feet. So the higher up you go, generally you're going to have the stronger winds reaching on down toward the surface here. And then as we look here, you see some of the stronger wind aloft trying to reach on down toward the surface as well. So just the rain can kind of help transport that down. Some other things can help that mix on down here as well. So got to watch that. Got to watch these areas of rotation as well. A little bit of an area here as I go ahead and put some of our other information back on. County names. Let's go ahead and put our radar sites back on so we can switch through them. You see some rotation. Even let's put those county borders on here as well, so you guys get a visual on exactly where we're at here with this, to make sure we have everything that we need on here to track in case we do have a tornado warning issued. Still haven't had any today. We've gotten really lucky here, folks, with this. In terms of that, the heavy rain threat, the wind threat, not as lucky. Storm surge, a little bit more lucky there too, but it seems, I don't know we had the full grasp of what happened with the storm surge, because there was some coastal flooding there that we did see. So I don't want to kind of sound all clear there or in the tornado threat, because there's still evening to come here where we could get some stuff to start to spin up. But we'll be watching here. It seems like the rain and the wind have been the bigger deals as of this point. So again, watching this little circulation here, trying to get going. Let's see if this is co-located. It's decent. So we'll watch to see. I don't think it's quite enough for a tornado warning, because that circulation isn't quite tight enough in the gate-to-gate fashion. I'm only talking about 40 gate-to-gate in this scenario, but we're still seeing maybe a funnel cloud potential here as we get toward western parts of Taylor County there. Street level mapping, County Road 14 maybe is where this is near, so seeing some of that. And then still watching though off toward the west with some stronger wind trying to mix down toward even out of our area there, Bay County, County Road 11. Some of this accident in Liberty County near, it looks like State Road 65. So again, watching that here very carefully. You see toward Camilla, some of this wind and rain trying to move in. We took off the alerts earlier for them. Let's go ahead and pop this on. You'll be able to see that there is a tropical storm warning for Cairo. Not Thomasville though, but Camilla's under this. Newton, Milford, Morgan, just west of Albany, Cuthbert, Quitman County there as well, Clay County, Georgia. You get the idea. Still that tropical storm warning in place, so could have some gustier winds there in that 40+ mile-an-hour range depending on where you're at. So we'll just watch for that as we continue to watch that map here. Watch the grand scheme of things. Watch our tropical storm Fred, as it's been one that's been a finicky type storm, but we're starting to see some of this action here impact certain areas as we get further toward the north. We're just kind of seeing how things are going here in the grand scheme of things. See if there's any circulation trying to get going here south of Taylor County here. In Taylor County, again, that spin there right on that Taylor, looks like Taylor County line with Jefferson. We'll watch that. That seems like the most impressive, but not enough for a tornado warning at this point, so that's good. That's definitely some good news, but we'll still watch. We'll still see how things kind of go. It seems like dry air is kind of in here that can help with drying out. Could see some wind still mixing in. Could help with a tornado threat, but if we're not going to get that much instability in here, I don't think so. That would be some good news, obviously. It might not be too big of a deal as we're looking down toward the south, but the power outage numbers have gone up even in the latest assessment here. So let's go ahead and go on over to this. I know Hermine back in 2016 and Michael in 2018 probably did help in some regard toward Tallahassee to get some of those vulnerable trees out of the way for a storm that's a little weaker like this one, so we're not seeing as many outages toward Tallahassee. But as you see here, Franklin County about 3,000 customers in the dark, McCulloch County about 1,000, Leon County close to 6,000. We're talking about Gaston, Liberty, some outages. They're not going to reflect on this map, but go up about 2,000. Bay about 19,000. Panama City, so almost half the outages are in that area. So vulnerable, of course, because of Michael. Almost 3,000 in Washington County, 4,000 Calhoun County, about 2,000 in Jackson County. And then let's go into toward Georgia now. We'll pop this up about 4,000 total. Not seeing too many creep on in here yet, but we're going to continue to watch here as we are getting report around Boniface still of that water beginning. It looks like to kind of cover Highway 79 in both directions and adjoining business parking lots. That rain's coming in there. So we'll continue to watch things in terms of power outage numbers. Let's go ahead and see that radar, talk about what we're seeing here toward Boniface. As we get out here a little bit, you can see that heavy rain. That's dangerous, honestly, because of that train. I know this is out of our area a little. Some of the worst of the rain, again, out of our area, the worst of the wind is in our area earlier toward Franklin County. But this is not great to see here, folks, around Boniface, because this is going to be some excessive rainfall. In fact, let's go over to the Panama City radar, the EVX site, as that is really, it looks like they're maybe right in that there. As you can see, even some wind trying to mix in, not going to be as high as that shows, but just in the last hour here, maybe 2-3 inches toward areas off toward the south there in Washington County. So kind of seeing that become a storyline there and trying to mix on in toward Boniface. So definitely having to deal with that threat in toward that area. Just going between some of our different modes here. Grand total, storm total amounts here, we're talking about some areas close to 10 inches there around Vicksburg and near Lynn Haven, which got so hammered, hit so hard by Michael back in 2018. So Got to keep them in your thoughts and prayers, of course, as we look there. I know that was a Cat 5 storm that hit them then. This was a strong tropical storm, but only 9 miles off of becoming a Cat 1 hurricane. I told you this morning. I posted on Twitter that we were really seeing things ramp up, and it made a run at becoming a hurricane despite all the odds, Roy. With Hispaniola completely tearing it apart, it was able to maintain just enough to be a tropical wave that had enough there to become a tropical storm yesterday morning again, and then become a strong tropical storm here today as it approached the coast, and it's been now overland for about 4 hours. We had landfall here about 4 hours ago now, believe it or not, with this storm as we get here toward northwestern Florida, but still seeing some of the impacts further east. We'll go back to the Tallahassee radar here in a moment. I think I'll take another break here in the coverage, so at 7:30. I know I've been talking for a while here. I've been on since about 2 o'clock this afternoon with the updates. We were on last night as well, on last week, giving you updates on the progress of the system. Seemed as if for a little while I might not see that much of an impact from it, with it going a little further off toward the west, but then that storyline kind of changed as we were looking there early yesterday, and we kept you up to date on Facebook. It changed back, Roy, as we were giving you those up-to-date informational details there on Facebook, on Twitter, and then seeing things how they transpired. You can see some of the heavier rain still off to the west. We have to watch to see if any of this can inch back in towards southwest Georgia. It seems like we're seeing it just stay off just enough to the west, but we'll be watching, we'll be tracking. We're going to go to at least 8 o'clock here with this continuous type of stream, and then after that with the tornado watch, whatever happened to that, we'll take that into consideration and reevaluate as well as I look, see if there's any mesoscale discussions. There haven't been any. I'll also evaluate based on how strong the Hurricane Center is classifying the storm, how strong the max sustained winds are with it. That'll be a determining factor here on how we'll do the coverage as well. Of course, we'll break in later on in the night if there's any tornado warnings, though, that we need to let you guys know about here. And if there's really bad flash flooding, we'll watch it come on. And we'll play it by ear if we end up wrapping things up after 8 o'clock. But we're going to at least 8 o'clock here with this stream, and we'll just kind of reevaluate at that point. We may stay on much longer. It just kind of depends here on the intuitive and I guess the interesting type details here. I guess even as I'm trying to get at the right wording here because we've been on for a while, I guess the finite details really as we're looking toward this area. So again, looking at a little something that's tightening up a little here toward Jefferson. I know we keep saying that and then things kind of fall off, but we'll watch here because eventually it seems one of these might just pull tornado trigger, or tornado warning type trigger. As you can see here under the Jefferson, Taylor County line there, you can see a little hook. So maybe trying to get something. I don't think the circulation is quite tight enough, but we're going to watch these little spins. They'll be back at 7:30 unless we need to break back in center with a tornado warning imminent threat here. As you see the storm there closer and toward the Florida Panhandle. Still watching things, still tracking things to keep you, your friends, and your family safe and informed out ahead of that threat here from our tropical storm Fred. Of course, as we look toward the Stark area, we've seen some action out ahead, but nothing too significant. We haven't had any miserable rainfall where I'm at here today. Take a look outside real quick here. I know it's getting darker, but you can see some of the darker skies, some of that storminess off toward the west, but nothing too impressive. That's definitely some good news. Not really concentrated in nature. Haven't seen any circulation to prompt any tornado warnings. Had a weak one in Swanee County earlier, but no tornado warnings so far today. We're still watching that wind risk, that rain risk, that storm surge risk to some extent as well. And again, I'll see you back here at 7:30. Meteorologist Casey Cloud back here in the Weather Center at the bottom of the hour, still watching Tropical Storm Fred. You do see what's happening with some flash flood warnings here in play as we're looking off more toward the west, a little bit there of the area clipped with Liberty, but the worst of the rain has moved away from that chunk here, so that's good news, obviously, as we continue to watch and track things here very carefully. Mrs. Curtis Gustin came out from the Storm Prediction Center a few minutes ago. That's what this box is for, and they're talking here that it's just not certain whether a new tornado watch would be required because there's some low tornado potential, but not sure if it's enough here. Maybe more marginal in nature, more of just a random type of thing versus requiring an actual watch box to be reissued here as we look ahead into toward the timeline. So we'll be keeping our eyes on that here. Seeing how things go with that. There have been some weak areas of spin that have not been quite enough for a tornado warning, but they've been pretty close. We've been watching them, just not quite enough, though, to prompt that level of concern here at this point. As they go ahead and go on over toward radar, I do want to note that we are seeing, I'm talking about a zoomed in radar here. I do want to note that we are seeing maybe some localized heavier downpours right around Tallahassee right now here. And even Quincy, we just got a gust there to 41 on the latest update there at the Quincy airport area. I believe that's the airport there. But that's the sensor that we have, excuse me, have in play there at least. But you see 41 on the map, 36 down toward the Tallahassee airport. So seeing some winds close to that tropical force range could knock out some power, maybe knocking some tree limbs down, things like that. We'll be watching this accident as it tries to go through Tallahassee. You can kind of see that general direction here is kind of turning in a little. So we'll have to watch to see if we get some wind enhancement right around Tallahassee over the next little bit. You can see off toward Monticello here, a little bit of weak rotation near Wakena, but again, not as tight as maybe what we were seeing earlier even. So we'll just kind of watch, looking down toward Taylor County, weak areas, but not a lot of instability here, and that's what the limiting factor really is, according to the Storm Prediction Center, a limiting factor here in play. So that's some good news for sure, but we're still watching. We're seeing some of this rain try to fill in, but not as near as concentrated as what we're seeing off toward Chipley, Marietta, Graceville. We're looking off the Tallahassee radar and still seeing that pretty clearly. I got to watch for Dothan for some flash flooding over the next little bit. Maybe toward Donaldsonville, but kind of on the edge of it right now. Not quite getting those 60-mile-an-hour gusts like we thought. Still not out of the question here later on. This kind of has that easterly component to a bit here, at least a little bit. But we'll just continue to watch here to see how things kind of progress. That tropical storm warning still in play here in that maroonish color. You see that overlapping with the flash flood watch that continues here as well. And we do need to kind of watch this band because eventually as this kind of goes a little more off to the east, this band will kind of shift a little bit, and that could get it closer here toward the Steinhatchee River. It should do that, and we'll have to watch to see if they get some issues down there from that setup. So no flash flood watch necessarily as we get further on over, but still got to be mindful of that potential because there is a tropical storm warning in play, and just in general, you could see some nastier conditions in that vulnerable spot that was impacted by what we had with the stationary front that started out frontal boundary here about a week and a half ago or so. So continuing to watch here. 43, 41, pretty impressive here, guys. I mean, these are probably more impressive than what we had overall here. Even these with the house of definitely toward Franklin County. Those were really impressive here. Fred's impact being felt down toward Franklin County. And I'll go ahead and pull up our power outage information here as we have the latest updates. Even with color, seeing some more outages now. I know loading some different things in our system here, and you can see 36,537 customers in the dark as the last check. Now this is not including some that are on Talquin. As I go ahead and move the mouse over toward the Big Bend region, we have about 2,000 customers died in Franklin, about 1,000 or so in Wakulla, Leon close to 5,000. Now Gadsden, Liberty not really tracked on here, but over 2,500 in Jackson, Calhoun, almost the entire county, and I know they were hit hard by Michael, so that could be kind of a remaining issue there with some of these outages in play. Gulf County nearly 1,000. Bay, of course, hit so hard as well by Michael, over 13,000 customers in the dark. Washington County over 4,726 in homes. So just kind of watching things again. Washington County there, about a third of the customers out. So just have to be mindful of things that have happened there as those outages are coming on in. So again, still watching that. Still watching here. I mean, the two big storylines at this hour are if that tornado watch, whether that'll get extended here, and then if that does get extended, of course, we'll be keeping our eyes on that 30 minute a little more closely. But If that doesn't get extended, still an isolated spin-up could happen here with some of this friction as these bands come ashore. That enhances obviously the wind speeds there down at the surface in certain spots as well, and they're getting that more impeded action in terms of the wind not necessarily able to reach down to the surface versus at the coast they're able to get that unimpeded wind, and that's why we had such strong winds in a pretty wide area of Franklin County earlier on. So just something to kind of keep in mind. Of course, the system's weakening. We're getting that 8 o'clock update as looks like they've gone ahead and extended the tornado watch now until 10 o'clock. So that is coming down from the National Weather Service in Tallahassee. So a tornado watch now extended till 10 o'clock tonight. So let me go ahead and punch that on up here. Not necessarily expanded, but that watch they decided to do a local extension. So SBC and Norman thinking it was not a big enough threat here to actually reissue a tornado watch for maybe into the overnight. But Tallahassee wants to hold out to see if something spins up real quick. Tornado warning pops up, something to that effect. So that's what we're watching for. We're going to keep our eyes on that here. And we're going to keep, I know I was kind of alluding to it before that beat there a moment ago, indicative of some tornado related news, but we also have to just be mindful here of that 8 o'clock update, which says show a reduction in the wind speed as well, and see how that kind of helps us here in terms of where we want to go with the coverage and even the track here as well, where that heaviest rain's going. Looks like more toward Dothan here at this point, as you can see here with these flash flood warnings in play. But we'll watch to see if this maybe edges into towards some southwestern Georgia counties as well. Tallahassee office answering a question here maybe about some of that tornadic potential that we were referencing here earlier, and that they were wondering if maybe they had issued any tornado warnings or if there had been any spin-ups, and they said they had their finger on the trigger about 4 times today for issuing a tornado warning, and they ended up not issuing the tornado warnings because the spin-ups went up so quick and then down so quickly as well. So just trying to read that here in toward the chat session, in toward this information. So again, we're going to keep watching here, keep tracking things. Let's take a look at FSU. I know first day for the new president and having to deal with a tropical storm, the Panama City campus having more impact, it seems, in terms of those winds they're getting, I think 67 mile an hour gusts, but this is the Tallahassee campus. Leon County, a gust of 46 miles an hour at the Tallahassee airport earlier on. So seeing some pretty strong wind nonetheless, and not quite like what we had in some other storms in recent memory or even in past history, honestly. I do have this graphic in here. I might show it later. We'll see. I've had it in here. I got it ready for our last storm Elsa in case something happened, but never had to use it. Still haven't used it on air, but we might pop it up at some point. But I have to go ahead and change some things in that before I put it on because it has some different things in there. But I'm gonna go ahead and pull it up on my end again just to get an idea here of some of these different numbers. So Kate, the highest gust was 87 in Tallahassee and 85. Michael, 71 miles an hour and 18. Hermine, 64. Opal, and 60 or 95, 63 miles an hour. Now today, 46 is what I've seen it so far. Now there might have been a weather sim site that I haven't seen the report on yet that could have been higher, but right now 46 is what we had with this system. We'll keep you up to date. Seeing that spin up action there, watching things, watching the scenario here, keeping you abreast of things. And we're back about 8 o'clock unless we need to break back in sooner. So just stay tuned. Again, that tornado watch now extended till 10 o'clock. That's some late breaking news here for us. So as we go ahead and move away from weather's dim, it's danger. It's kind of cloudy looking there. I mean, wind's going to be blowing some. You're not going to see that too much necessarily in this shot, but I definitely seeing some of that wind there blowing as we've talked about the last gust toward Tallahassee at 36 miles an hour. Seeing some of that banding come on in. So we'll keep our eyes on that and be back at 8 unless we need to break it back in sooner for an imminent tornado warning threat. Meteorologist Casey Cloud back here in the Weather Center at the top of the hour, still watching Tropical Storm Fred. We just got the latest information in from the National Hurricane Center, and the max sustained winds have fallen to about 50 miles an hour or so, but still a pretty vulnerable storm here. Pressure 999 millibars. In fact, let's go ahead and go over toward the graphics. I have our updating the system. I don't have the updated position necessarily, but I do have the updated graphical look here at the statistics at least. So what we'll go ahead and do, I'll kind of move on over, in fact, as you kind of see the first coast here, not seeing too much impact. Now, we could see some moisture coming in the picture. Eventually, later on, we'll kind of see maybe a tail end here with some of this axe and kind of try to push across here. You see some of this right here, trying to kind of move on in as the storm goes off toward the north and northeast. But again, kind of referencing it for you here a moment ago, I do have that look here at the graphics, and you do see here the information. I didn't change the map behind it, but we do have the winds down to 50. That movement a little faster north-northeast at 10 and then 999 millibars, but following pretty similar track to what we were showing here earlier. Winds down to about 40. What we're expecting here is this is close to the Alabama-Georgia line here later tonight. So we'll see how conditions are toward Georgia, but it seems like the eastern side of this storm hasn't been as impactful here lately, as we've kind of seen some of the action on the northern and western side, which is kind of unusual here in terms of seeing that moisture come together. But the wind was the strongest on that eastern side earlier when this came ashore around Franklin County. Everything kind of came together for the strongest wind readings there. So something to kind of keep in mind. We're going to be keeping an eye on things, little spins that try to pop up, and they did extend that tornado watch to 10, and I'm going to keep this stream going to at least 8:30, come back at 8:30 if we don't have any tornado warnings in between, just because I do see a couple spins. Sometimes you're right around sunset or so. I know 8:08 sunset, sometimes you can get stuff to kind of spin on up here. So you never know. We want to just make sure we're on here if we can be as soon as possible. Now, eventually we'll just go to a mode where we'll only cut in if it's necessary. We'll just be off here and only cut in if it's necessary for any type of flood threat that arises or tornado threat, obviously, where a tornado warning would require me to come on immediately. And just in terms of semantics here, no formal update tomorrow or Wednesday, but working on rain chance graphic now. I'm going to try to give you that to you here at 8:30. Look here at those rain chances that we're forecasting later on in the picture here to kind of see how that moisture lingers tomorrow, but then kind of clears it out later on. And those temperatures warming up some here later in toward that timeline. We'll still have some lingering shower action, but it won't be as concentrated, more of a typical summertime pattern later in the week here. As we still have some moisture hanging around in the wake of Fred. But you can kind of see here, again, seeing the threat of the tropical storm wind still, tropical storm warning in the maroon. And then as we look here, you see these little spins as we look up toward Jefferson, Taylor. You get the idea. Nothing extreme, nothing enough for a tornado warning, but a tornado watch for another couple hours. Our storm is out here now. You can kind of see that spin there, close toward where that flash flood report was there. Some water over the South Bend lane of Highway 77. So something to kind of take note of there. You see Graceville, Tripoli area, gust to 43 recently outside of our area. And some of those higher gusts are outside of our area, which is good news, obviously. But still got to watch Donaldsonville here to see how they're impacted, see how Blakely's impacted down the road. We'll be kind of watching to see how our storm does impact those communities. And, of course, see if there's any type of tornado that develops here in a quick, short fuse type fashion. That's one reason I hesitate to go off a little bit here at 8, because these storms can have a circulation that pops up for one frame and then enough for a tornado warning. By the time you can get on, they can go away. So Cloud_WX will be something to follow on Twitter here as well for not on with a continuous stream. That'll be something you can go to get immediate tornado alert information. Even with a radio in this area, I know the radio can be helpful as well to give you that latest information if a tornado warning is issued for your neighborhood. Phone alerts should work too, so just something to bear in mind. But we're still going to be with you at least past 8:30 watching this. We'll reevaluate then to see if there's any spins within this action. But still seeing some power outages, not seeing maybe the numbered amount as much as we did earlier, but we still see some power outages to see them go up a little bit. And it looks like we might have got a few of the numbers here from Talquin actually in here now. They were able to get those in the system. So let me go ahead. This is going to be the poweradded.us vantage point. So this has the numbers added on in now on this latest update. So you can kind of see the percentage is pretty high as we look here with everything added together now. So I'll go ahead and move my mouse on over. You can see here down toward Franklin County about 1,500 customers in the dark. McCulloch County about 2,000 in the dark. Liberty about 2,000. Gaston over 3,000. Jackson about 4,000. These are out of our area as we go to Jackson and Calhoun. Gulf County, Bay County there, Panama City, Washington County. So you can kind of see where the worst of the storm has been. Tallahassee kind of missed out on the worst, but I preface that with saying that still having an impact there, and it did kind of have an impact with some of the storminess. They were impacted by some of the storminess, I should say, with Michael in 2018 or maybe in 2016, and that kind of helped maybe to kind of get rid of some of the more vulnerable trees out there and tree limbs. So that's something to bear in mind. Power outages across the nation, still not as many as Michigan. Interesting there as we look up that way. I know just kind of seeing some storms there lately, and then you do see toward Decatur County there, Bainbridge, a couple people, I guess you could say, I was going to say a couple thousand, but we're a little short of that right now. 1,394 customers in the dark there toward southwestern Georgia. So continuing to watch these numbers here, we're going to see those numbers go up some in southwestern Georgia. They're vulnerable too from what happened with Michael still. Things aren't completely back together. They haven't been put back together quite yet. So just watching some of those different numbers here as we look off toward the north of the state line as well. Just remember, if you're still in South Georgia watching, even if we're not on later on, it's still a good idea to charter those devices because a few of you will lose power there. So just be ready. I mean, not an extreme threat. That's what you see, I guess, now to 41 in Seminole County. Maybe just about 50 at this point is what I would think based on the latest update from the Hurricane Center. As reports toward Tyndall Air Force Base put about 7 inches or so of rain in the 24-hour rainfall bucket there. Southport about 7 inches as well, Ricotta Beach. So that's in Bay County. I see some heavy rain in Taylor County. That's a little concerning because of what happened with the flooding from that stationary front, and even with Elsa last month. If we start to get too much rain down here, these areas could be a little bit vulnerable more quickly as we look toward the Steinhatchee River there. So again, just have to be kind of cognizant of that. And then watching over toward, again, the west, so we have some of the worst of the weather, but still got to watch for a tornado spin up here, a tornadic spin up, or 2, brief spin up, not out of the question. When I'm not on here as well, cloudweather.com/radar will have more information. Now, comparing these winds here today, I do want to show this graphic to you here as well as in terms of semantics. Again, we were referencing this earlier, but no formal update tomorrow. Wednesday, but we'll break in here on the time, or let me say that again, look at some other information coming on in, but no formal update here tomorrow or Wednesday, but if there's anything that we need to break in for, of course we will do so. And a formal update is scheduled for Thursday. Not as concerned right now about our other 2 tropical systems out there for Florida threats or U.S. threats. Of course, we'll be watching, and if anything changes, we can always kind of adjust things. But right now, no scheduled updates Tuesday or Wednesday there. Just because we've been tracking the storm system here for a little while now, and just want to make sure we're kind of rested enough for if there's another system that comes that maybe we're not even seeing right now within some of the guidance per se. So again, no formal update tomorrow or Wednesday, but we'll break in as necessary tomorrow, as we could even have some storms spinning on up tomorrow, even in those morning hours as the storm kind of moves away, or some strong and severe storms in the afternoon with the moisture that's left over in the daytime heating, something like that. And then Wednesday we'll be watching there as well. But what I wanted to say here in terms of the graphics here, we do have the peak wind gust by storm. Fred there, 2021. Now, we have had some other storms like Irma. I think we had a gust about 50 in Tallahassee, but just kind of trying to classify this with some of the other storms here over the year. That had this graphic in here. I haven't actually used it on air, I don't think, yet, but had it ready in case we had some higher gusts of Elsa. We didn't see that come to fruition, but look these up here, and I just wanted to kind of set this to you in graphical form. So Kate there, Augusta 87 and 85, 18 there. Michael, of course, 71, but the winds were far worse off toward the west. Never going to forget that storm there off toward areas there around that Gulf Coast as we look toward Panama City, Mexico Beach, Tyndall Air Force Base. You get the idea. Speaking of Michael 71 in Tallahassee, and that was because the storm didn't quite go across again there, but also had some of that friction, slowing the winds down a little bit. I mean, even today we had a gust of 73, a couple of them in Franklin County from this storm, this tropical storm Fred, Hermine in 2016. 64 miles per hour in Tallahassee there, 63 with 0.95, and then 2021, 46 so far is what I've seen. Might have had one a little bit higher at a weather stem site. I'm just going off the airport information that I've seen as of now for this. So just kind of running that down for you here, trying to compare things. This is still subject to change, so still could get a higher gust, but just wanted to let you guys know here of how things have compared over the years here in this scenario. So I will go ahead and go back on over now toward the radar. You can see here some of this banding and maybe filling in a little bit. Now Tallahassee, another reason to kind of wait on wrapping this up is you can see some banding here, still trying to make its way through, but after this kind of gets through here, maybe we can kind of get into some drier weather because we're seeing some lighter rain at least coming across right now. But let's get down to street level mapping if we can. I'll go ahead and go on in here, maybe see if we can go ahead and go on down here. I may not actually have street level on at this point. I might have turned it off as we were going between some different things, but you get the idea here. We're watching the situation carefully. We're watching things. I know we had earlier a situation where we were kind of turning some things off, so I might have gone ahead and turned those roads off here, but you get the idea. We're watching things carefully. Of course, you see the stadium in there, and then you can see there some of that rain just east of that. So let's pop up the FSU weather stem camera. Again, real quick there, as you can go ahead and see how things are looking there. Kind of dark, kind of gloomy, but they've missed out on the worst of FSU. We did have a tree fall there in Tallahassee, not far from Tallahassee Community College, and some gusts there in the higher range, but nothing extraordinary or extreme that I've seen as of now. We'll continue to watch and be back at 8:30 with more weather information as we continue to watch some of the different cameras here. Keep you abreast of this weather situation on this Monday evening now. As we go ahead, and I know the sun's going to be going down pretty soon, so watching that camera at St. George Island might be one of the last looks we really get out of here is, look at that. I'm glad I pulled this one up. I mean, you can see that they're getting drier air in there for sure. Sunnier skies now coming in Fred's wake there towards St. George Island in Franklin County, so that kind of tells the story a little bit on weather stem as those drier conditions are coming on in there. Still a little breezy, but things in the hardest hit areas down there, especially drying on out. Even Panama City drying on out some as well now. So that's the good news, but still watching some areas downstream further than north here. As this storm made landfall about 5 hours ago, it's still having some impacts, not maybe as significant of ones as it did earlier, but we're still going to watch for an isolated spin-up tornado. Still watching some rotation in Taylor County. Will be on if needed for any of these threats. Rotation in Jefferson. I'll move this over so you can see what I'm talking about. We'll see if anything kind of spins it up on us. And I'll be back again before 8:30 if needed. Otherwise, I'll see you at 8:30. Meteorologist Casey Cloud back here in the Weather Center at the bottom of the hour, still watching Tropical Storm Fred here as it continues to move on in closer toward Mariana here at this point at center, and some of those bands here closer toward Perry in terms of the heaviest rainfall in our viewing area. Even getting some lightning mixing in. You might have seen the infrared satellite. I had it up a moment ago, and we kind of saw some thunderstorm tops trying to fill up a little bit more here while the concentrated axis more just outside of our viewing area. But a little bit of weak rotation, even weakened a little bit in the last few frames, but we're still going to watch Taylor County and Perry. The wind speed's not quite enough here for tornado warnings to be issued right now. I haven't had any at all from Tropical Storm Fred, and that's great news, but don't let your guard down. Even during the overnight, even if there's not a tornado watch, still have those ways to get those alerts, because you just never know. Things could spin up real quick. It's happened before. You think the threat's over, and then something starts to spin on up. I mean, but also we talked about how the threat was going to last, and then we saw the stuff spin up, but it's easy to let your guard down in these situations. I'm thinking as of now, unless something really ramps up, next few minutes I'll be letting the stream go and then only coming on if it's necessary later on and toward the timeline. But again, just kind of watching things here, keeping an eye on this situation as we do see the winds toward Donaldsonville and Bainbridge closer toward that core that's weakening. You see a gust of 48 recently in Mariana. Lesser gust toward Donaldsonville and Bainbridge at 35. A little bit earlier, we saw a gust there toward, it looks like, areas there of southwestern Georgia at 39 in Bainbridge and 41 in Donaldsonville. So a little bit weaker here. Still got to watch up toward Colquitt and Blakely here as well. Even areas in toward Clay County, Georgia here too. In fact, let's go ahead and pop up our alert. I know that popped over everything for a second, but tropical storm warning still in play for some of these areas here. As we're looking, we see Gaston with a gust of 38 recently, but then we have Seminole, Decatur, as well as Grady County, Mitchell County here, Baker in Georgia, Miller in Georgia, Arley, Calhoun, Clay, Randolph, and Quitman. So I know that threat in Florida lesson, and we saw some of that sunset accent even down toward the coast now in Franklin County, which is good as surge levels falling off there as low pressure moves off. But still got to just kind of keep our eye on the grand scheme of things as this moves off. We'll go ahead and get our graphics on the screen here in just a moment. I do have that update here of the track as the last update here from the Hurricane Center. The map is going to be from 5 o'clock, the advisory here from 8 o'clock with this latest information. So we're going to go ahead and switch on over to that here in just a second. I'm going to hit the graphics button now, and you'll be able to see a tropical storm warning still from the Okaloosa-Walden line to the Steinhatchee River, but really seeing that threat more further off toward the north here and closer toward that core, maybe closer toward Mariana, toward Donaldsonville. You kind of get the idea there, and the winds are weaker, though, too, and that's one reason I feel a little more comfortable about wrapping things up. We're talking about sustained winds of 50, but really that means translating to the surface probably gusts of 50, which are non-severe, but still can be impactful here, so keep that in mind. Still can knock out a little bit of power, but that's more in that significant weather criteria, significant weather advisory criteria, strong storm criteria, even though, I mean, we're talking about a situation here, of course, with a tropical system that's a little bit different than that, and you get these winds that are more consistent, can cause more issues than a typical tropical storm. We're talking about more rural areas here as well. You have multiple ways here, cloudweather.com/radar, Cloud_Zodiacs on Twitter for the updates here as necessary. Still seeing some flood advisories just recently in Houston County, Alabama to 42 miles an hour. So there's still some gusts there, but not as significant or as strong, which is the good news. You see this weekend even further as it gets to award areas there near that Alabama-Georgia line, maybe later on east of Dothan tonight with that center. But again, weaker weather here overall in the picture in general with this as we're looking ahead. Now stuff starts filling in, we start getting flash flood warnings for parts of our counties in southern Georgia, for instance, or even toward maybe Taylor County with that banning will be on. If it's tornado warning, we'll be on. So if we get into enhanced type threat, we'll be on to keep you, your friends, and your family safe. But we're starting to get in that time frame where maybe not seeing too many viewers here and just not seeing a lot here to stay on for with the continuous stream. We can jump on here and maybe reach even more people in a sense if we do a separate type of stream, if there's any type of hazards in that individual localized nature here later on. Like maybe a tornado warning toward Taylor County or a flash flood warning down there. We still have these areas of rotation. They're not gone. I mean, we actually see that kind of just go here to there. Hampton Springs in Taylor County, same gate to gate here, closer toward 50 miles an hour. So something to watch. Thomas County, Georgia, a little bit of something. See a little bit of wind shear here towards Seminole County, toward Decatur County as well. Indicative maybe of where we were getting some stronger winds coming on through in toward these areas just a little while ago. So the threat's not over. Don't lay your guard down. We're just not seeing enough threat, up of a higher threat here in terms of the potential here, or enough cover to that threat to really justify staying on with this tropical storm warning. Not seeing like a hurricane warning. Never had a hurricane warning, but this storm really tried his best here to become a hurricane earlier on. Really tried, and again, we were watching, had some pretty nasty impacts as power outage numbers still could go up some. And I know looking ahead, we're going to get warmer here too as we get ahead in the order time frame, as the moisture kind of lessens here within the atmosphere. I have that rain chance for our forecast graphic up. Still 70% chance tomorrow. Still could get some strong storms. That center moves closer toward Atlanta with that line you see around Taylor County. Still trying to hang around tomorrow, maybe trying to spark up a little in that daytime heating. That was one of the lacking factors here today. Not really seeing a lot of that for tornadic development, but that line's actually been kind of moving closer to that now, and maybe seeing some intensification because of that. So we'll watch to see if we get enough spin for a tornado scenario. Might just be more of an enhanced wind maker there at times, of gusting that 40 range, or occasionally if we were to get enough of the perimeters to come together, maybe a quick severe thunderstorm warning or two. But flash flooding still possible in a few of our areas. If you do see the chances start to fall off here as we get later on, 50, 40, so that'll be good. But we'll watch to see if we need to change this any. But this is just a kind of a look at this, since we're not going to be doing formal updates here tomorrow or Wednesday. Breaking in, of course, if and as needed. So you can count on me for that information in terms of any tornado warnings, if thunderstorm warnings, if depending on where they are and how they're setting up. So that we're just kind of preface it with that here as well. We're keeping everybody safe. Okay, it looks like Weather Service is starting to get a little more concerned now toward Taylor County. So let's go ahead and we'll stick with this a little bit longer here. They're talking about it. These have ramped down today, so hopefully this does the same. But I don't want to let our guard down and ramp our coverage down until this actually lets down, because one of these is bound, it seems to me, to get a tornado warning. So this is looking toward Taylor County now. What they're watching, they're talking about spinning up on approach to Hampton Springs down in Taylor County. We're seeing a spin. If this tightens, they'll probably issue a tornado warning. If it weakens, probably be able to wrap our coverage up. So that's kind of just some inside baseball there. But we'll watch it for a frame. The storms have been very quickly spinning on down today, but we want to watch to at least see it spin down a little bit before we wrap it up. Since they are close, they're saying to pulling that tornado warning trigger now for Taylor County. So I'm going to watch this, but again, these have really ramped down. You see some of that wind going away from the radar in Tallahassee, wind going toward the radar as we're looking there in this area. We'll go ahead and zoom out just a little bit. Go to the Adosta radar real quick and see what's happening. You can see some of that wind enhancement, but looking less like rotation and more just enhanced wind. They are under a tropical storm warning here, so we wouldn't get necessarily a severe thunderstorm warning in this area. But winds 55 miles an hour, so possible there. So we'll kind of watch out for that. The lightning has picked up some, so that's an indication maybe some instability mixing on in here, causing things to fire up a little bit more than what we've seen. So that's something to watch. A little more fuel here for the fire, possibly, for this storminess. So again, let's check the radar scans. It's actually maybe tightening up a little. So again, I don't want to go off and have a tornado warning jump up on us right then, and we have to kind of scramble to come back on. We're going to try to stick with this until we at least see this ramp down. If it doesn't ramp down, that might mean a tornado warning will be required, but there's enough here to continue to watch this as it moves on. As it gets closer there toward the Hampton Springs, and maybe even the road as we're getting there west of Perry and Taylor County. So let's go back on over here toward our other mode. Luckily, there is a conglomeration, which could help with that rotation some, but you see that maybe a little bit tighter in some of these other frames. It depends on what color tape we use too, but you can see maybe tighter there, maybe weaker, and then maybe trying to be tighter again. So we'll watch there. Tropical storm warning still out that way, but really just watching to see if that gets upgraded maybe to a tornado warning for an area or two. You see the rain toward Dothan, those rainfall rates really adding on up there towards southeast Alabama and Houston County. Even Mariana really seeing these rainfall rates. I mean, they were damaged pretty badly by Michael as well. And 3 inches in an hour, not what you want to see out toward that area. Toward Geneva County there too, life-threatening flash flooding. I know I've been using our other mode here today, so you don't actually see the polygons turn a different color because we're using the mode where I can see the wind streams here, which have been important in surge talking about the storm surge here. But we'll go back on over toward our other mode of the radar. Let's pull up our rotation tracker. We're able to see that's actually showing up about the tightest we've seen today on rotation trackers. So that's something to watch here. You can kind of see it's held together even for a few frames. So that might be something to kind of monitor here. Don't want to go off until we see this kind of ramp down some at least. I mean, it could always ramp back up, but we don't want to be in a situation where we wrap the coverage and it prompts a tornado warning. So again, we're going to go ahead and zoom back on out here. You see Tallahassee looking better. They might not see too much more toward Tallahassee unless we get some of this to fill back in. So that's good news for Leon County here as we're looking out that way. But the core closer to Mariana, Chipley there, heavier rain associated with that. Seeing some heavy rain in southwestern Georgia as well. Looking over the last hour, you see about an inch or so in an hour. Some of these areas, but higher rainfall rates off toward the west here. We'll just kind of have to see how things translate on in here. May end up getting a flash flood warning toward Blakely later, or Cuthbert, or even Eufaula there. We'll just have to wait and see Fort Gaines, the candidate as well, and we'll let you know about that if it's necessary in terms of cutting in, or if just maybe posting about it kind of suffices there. We'll just have to wait and see. But again, you can go to cloudweather.com/radar for a look at things if we're not on. Of course, if there's a tornado warning within our area, though, we will jump on to keep everybody safe. Again, just looking at some other information, we'll see some power outage details while we wait to see what happens with that storming in Taylor County. Power outage numbers here in the state of Florida have gone down a little, so that's a good sign here overall. So let's go ahead and pop that on into the screen. On the screen right now, you just see Putnam 1,500, so that's even adding in. That's more just stuff way away maybe from the storminess, if it's even related to weather at all. But you just see the Wakulla County almost 3,000 in the dark, Liberty County about 2,000 in the dark, Gadsden County over 3,000, and out of our area, this is where it's been concentrated more. And that's one reason we're wrapping this up potentially, because it's been concentrated really just west of our area in Jackson County. Third of the county in the dark there. Liberty County, of course, is in our area, but as we get to Calhoun, almost all the county in the dark. Gulf County, not near as many, luckily, only 802. Bay's doing a little bit better than they were. 8,000, customers in the dark there. Over 5,000 Washington County, 1,000 in homes. So you can kind of see where that storm has caused towards issues there by that color coding there with the percentages. We're also getting reports there toward Bonifay of several streets and roadways there in Holmes County closed due to flash flooding. So seeing again the heavier rain there. Franklin saw some of the heaviest wind measured, though it's possible we might have had some stronger wind that we didn't really get measured off toward the west, depending on the actual specific anemometers. As we look at Georgia here, outage is a little bit lower. We'll still watch towards southwest Georgia. You see a few, but nothing extraordinary here. 70, 209, 461, 655 customers in the dark. I know some of these areas might not have as many customers tracked, so that's something to keep in mind too. But we'll watch to see if we start to see something really ramp on up again. We can always break back in here for that type of threat here as well. More probably for flash flood warnings, or obviously, again, tornado warnings. That would prompt us to come back on the air to keep everybody safe here with those updates. But we won't plan to come back on unless we have something that prompts us to, though, for Fred. But Fred, of course, can moving on up. You see about 2 a.m. there, the center, closer to ward areas around Fort Gaines, and then a lot of this even on the north side of it at that point. Near Atlanta as we get toward 2 p.m. tomorrow. And then you see getting toward the Appalachian Mountains, which could cause some flash flooding there. That's a hazard to watch out for toward West Virginia, for instance. So something to be monitoring with the grand scheme of things. You can see our wind arrows here on the board. You can kind of see closer to where that center of that. You can see here, as we take the radar off, you can kind of get an idea of that satellite, whereas the worst is really pretty nasty there in toward parts of southeast Alabama. gust of 42 recently. There you see that concentration here, the axon. I'll back this up a little as you see even a little lighting on the screen there. You see that axon kind of even getting a little heavier, so we have to watch out for Early County, for instance, here. So this give me a heads up. I mean, we're going off, but we always can jump back on it. This kind of maybe edges back on in a little bit here. So just giving you guys a heads up toward the Blakely area. And then you see this enhancement toward Taylor County while we're watching and waiting to see what happens there, because that coincides here a little bit with that area of rotation as well near Hampton Springs. We'll go to energy, and the energy is up there a little bit, right, because they've seen more heating there today. The tornado parameters also coincide as well, so that's where you're going to get a quick spin up. It'll probably be in this general vicinity. That's where we're kind of making sure nothing happens here. Nothing happens in toward Taylor County, because so it's our policy to stay on with the stream for tornado warning type scenario. Still seeing enough rotation here, so may go ahead and just plan on coming back at 9 o'clock here if this does what it's been doing. Obviously, we break into the stream if we have a tornado warning sooner, but we see this circulation here, the reds and the greens. Not enough for a tornado warning yet, but we're still watching it. We're going to keep the stream going to 9 at least, break back in then, unless we need to break back in earlier. So that's what we'll do. That's the plan right now. Watching things in Taylor County and the rest of the area as well on this Monday, August 16th, 2021. That landfall here of Fred toward Cape San Blas around 2:15 Central Time, with max sustained winds of 65 miles an hour. That pressure at 994 millibars or so, up to 999 millibars now, and that max wind down to 50 miles an hour. So kind of watching the different trends here with the information as that does come on in. So that's always important to do here as we watch the axon. We watch Dothan get some of the worst, Mariana get some of the worst. Some of the worst that are in just outside of our area, but again, watching Taylor County to see if we get a quick spin up tornado watch in Plato, 10 o'clock. So we're keeping an eyes on that potential. Still have those ways to get alerts even overnight, because it's not out of the question we could have a spin up without a tornado watch. We've seen that with Claudette, maybe employ things like that here in the past, other systems. So just be on guard. We'll be keeping you informed. We're back at 9 though, unless we need to see you a little bit sooner. Meteorologist Casey Cloud back here in the Weather Center at 9 o'clock, top of the hour. Still watching Fred there, a center closer to where Mariana, a gust recently there to 47 miles an hour. And I actually have the Fort Rucker report up now to kind of see a better look at things here off toward the west. So let's go ahead and zoom on into this area. You can kind of see here some of that wind. It shows up pretty widespread because of what we're looking here and how the radar is being impacted. But we are getting some heavier downpour in the southwestern Georgia. One reason I wanted to switch over is to maybe get a better look at some of these rainfall rates here. So gotta watch out for maybe a flash flood warning towards some of these spots here. I know we're planning on going off. The circulation's weakening toward Taylor County that we were watching. So that's the good news, even though the tornado watch does remain in effect till 10 for another hour. Not expecting that to be extended here, and that's good news as well. But we are going to be mindful of what could happen and break in if needed here during the rest of the evening and the overnight, even into tomorrow as well. Still not completely going to rule out something developing here as the storm system moves away and we kind of have some of that banding left over. But you can see here over the last hour, we've seen about 2 inches, pretty rural areas here. Maybe some of the reasoning behind not issuing any type of flash flood warning here, but 2.5 inches as we get closer here toward some of these different roadways in this area. Looks like Friar Road in here, so gonna have to watch that to see if maybe a flash flood warning gets issued later. But the rainfall hasn't added up too much yet, only about 3-4 inches wide toward the south and west. You see why there's flash flood warnings. 6, 7, 8 inches here in some of these purples, and then toward this white around Vernon. We're talking about maybe a foot of rain here today, so that really was serious out there in Washington County, out of our Eugene area. Even toward Franklin County in our area, we're talking about 4 or 5 inches, depending on which radar you look at here. I'm going to show a little bit different. We're looking again at the Fort Rucker site, but you see the wind's not translating too much into toward Donaldsonville right now. May gust a little bit higher on Blakely, so just giving you guys a heads up. I mean, you could lose power here. Isolated fashion, definitely not out of the question here, but not a widespread significant event as we're looking ahead toward our Georgia counties, even though a tropical storm warning does remain in effect here. Now, as we get on over toward our Tallahassee radar for that circulation, you can see how it kind of just faded away here over just the last few minutes. You don't see much left now, so that's good news. Still, again, a tornado watch till 10, and we'll have to watch this banding maybe for some training here as well later, just because this is kind of developing in a more unstable environment with that low there. With our tropical storm off toward the north and the west, we could end up seeing training here that leads to a flash flood warning maybe later. There's a flood advisory on midnight, so we'll be kind of seeing how things go here in terms of the 1 hour rainfall. In this general area, if we were to see some of these numbers getting closer toward maybe 3 inches, so something to watch. If this trains more over Taylor counties and the community there up here, I'm talking about Taylor counties period. But as we go ahead and zoom back on out, you do see here, we'll just have to watch because this will kind of pile on up a little as the storm moves away, and the friction may be causing some of these storms here to rotate even at times. You're not seeing that now, but we'll be here on guard, ready to break in if needed. Now, again, if we don't have to break in here tonight, tomorrow, something like that, our next one will update will be on Thursday. But we're here. Definitely could have some tornado warnings. We haven't had any yet. We're just looking at the radar right now. Again, our storm system looking like it's here as we're getting down toward parts of Jackson County here in general. You see that. You kind of see the back edge of this here moving away, moving north-northeast at about 9-10 miles an hour. So kind of give you guys an idea of some of that movement. This is 20, 30, so you see that's 3 hours even. That's pretty a small distance for a few hours. So that's why we're getting those rainfall rates that amounts to pile on up because of those rates. So again, just watching things, tracking things. Still got to watch here towards southwestern Georgia with some of these areas here. I might be drawing this out a little bit far, but just give you guys an idea here, the area we're watching as we're getting closer. There you can kind of see the edge of that mapping, so just maybe that area there, even a little bit further up west of that line. We're still kind of paying attention a little bit more because of what could happen with some of that training of the rain. And then we're also watching down here in the eastern Big Bend, down in toward this area as well, with that moisture effect kind of coming off the Gulf. That can be problematic sometimes. So still things to watch, not enough to stay on here consistently for though, but if we need to come back in with another stream, we will. Landfall happened there about 6 hours ago at this point, 3:15 or so, earlier than anticipated, helped the storm weaken a little bit quicker, but also a little bit further east. So we had some of the stronger winds translating in towards some of our different communities here as well. Toward Franklin County with gusts as high as 73 miles an hour. As we now look at our severe weather risk, we do see the update here. This just came down. One advantage is staying on past 9 o'clock. You can get these, by the way, cloudweather.com/severe to see some of these different outlooks. But we did see areas off west of Tallahassee kind of reduced out of this now, but still a few counties in the Big Bend, a few counties in South Florida still under a tornado threat here. So we'll kind of monitor this little sliver. Probably not enough in coverage to issue a new watch, but could see an isolated tornado warning or two. And again, that's our policy when we have a tornado warning to stay on for that threat. Rotation tracker, not so much. That's just this kind of artifacts there on the radar as we're looking southwest of Adele, but nothing that's showing up prominently right now in terms of any rotation in this area. A little more something south of Blakely, right on the edge here. I do see they kind of extended that into that area just to be on the safe side. So we'll watch toward Blakely because I noticed that within the radar echoes, or maybe trying to get a spin. It could be the way the radar's hitting things, but could be something in there too. I've seen stuff like that evolve in the ward out region as well. So we'll watch to see maybe if that's more than just a wind enhancement of Blakely's, toward Blakely's area, I mean. So I'm going to catch a break here, catch my breath. If I need to break back in, of course we will. We're committed to keeping you, your friends, and your family safe. But if something pops up real quick here, it will take a couple minutes to get on the air. So we have Cloud_WX on Twitter that sends you out those automated alerts. So if it's thunderstorm, tornado, whatever it is, flash flood warning there as well. We have cloudweather.com/radar. We're going to wrap this stream up here. But again, we have these different methods so you guys know what's happening. Checking some information behind the scenes real quick. Again, I'm just monitoring what is happening with Fred as that center gets close to where Alabama, Georgia, and Florida comes together. Really, just kind of seeing that as it does move off toward the north-northeast about 9 miles an hour or so. Again, keeping an eye on things, keeping an eye on Fred. Max sustained winds down to 50. That's gusts close to that here at times. So just monitoring that. But for now, thanks so much for trusting me. Thanks so much for trusting me to protect you, your friends, and your family. If we need to come back on, as I've reiterated on multiple times, we will. Otherwise, have a great night, and I'll see you here. If we don't need to break you back in tomorrow, Tuesday, or on Wednesday, I'll see you on here for that formal update on Thursday, as we just got a report in. Can't have me go too quick here. We just got a report from Early County there in southwestern Georgia. Tree did fall due to some of that wind, maybe fell on a power line, caused a fire to start. So just got to still be aware of that, even though we're wrapping this covered up. Don't let your guard down. The threat is not completely over, and it's dark out there now, so that makes things a little more dangerous. You might hit a tree in the road and not see it, so stay safe out there. The wind's not as strong, but still can be dangerous, can still be deadly. If we get a concentrated area of a threat, like a flash flood warning that's of that life-threatening nature, or obviously any type of tornado warning for our area, we'll be back on. Otherwise, have a great night.